We'll try invite only again. If it doesn't work, we'll shit our pants. I solved it. Alright, I need to actually tell people I'm doing it. I'm streaming Skyblock with my wife.
Like your wife.
Yes. Let's invite my wife. And now we know how to place frogs.
Yeah.
So you can, like, put frogs in your frog thing. It now has water not. I'm good at words. Are you jealous of how good at words I am? I need to go over here to the blue sky. I'm not going to write post. I am good at advertising.
I'm gonna go steal my water back.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there water? Oh, yeah, it hurt. We do for rain now. We also do for Big Eyeball. I don't know why Big Eyeball just don't want to show up, but we're ready. God, are we ready?
We're not ready. There's a problem.
Pretty sure I could just kiss Big Eyeball to death at this point. Yes. Let me show my skills by falling off of this rope. It's fine. No one is here yet. No one knows. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Okay. I had to check. I should turn my volume down. I should make sure my stuff is... I should make sure everything is right. Desktop audio off, game capture on, everything is Gucci. Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm getting used to my fun little scroll wheel thing. And I mentioned my fun little scroll wheel thing. Oh yeah, I have your ears. Come here. It was this game. This was the game where I found the ears, my love.
Okay.
I am coming with ears for you. Cassie, go down the hole. Cassie, have elf ears. Wow, Spritz is blocking me in the sky. How dare he?
He's doing what?
Blocking me in the sky?
How does that work?
Well, he won't. He kills me, and I fall and die. I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure that's right.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, how dare he?
Yeah!
Let's kick his ass.
Yeah!
We don't have clay, do we? We don't have cobalt yet. I'm not even sure how that's gonna work. You know, after how fast Journey's been going, it's kind of surreal to think about how this is like the 4th or 5th round of playing Skyblock and we still have not fought the eyeball. Like, we're just like, where you at?
Yeah, eyeball.
Why don't you want to play with me, eyeball? I understand the joke. Oh, you mean of giving me the bricks in the game? I get it now. I understand the joke. I'm gonna go kill stuff. I'm alright. It was this or Cult of the Lamb, because Liz bought me Cult of the Lamb. And I'm on that post-rent hustle come down. And the YCH sold so quickly, I actually even let us get lunch. I said, yeah, you can treat yourself. Screw it. I never let her do it. We did. And it was great. And now we gotta be good again. But yeah, once in a while, you can treat your wife and plan a future where you're drawing a lot of huge titties and, in one case, man beds. Which is pretty fun. Okay, I'm on this side now. Jesus. Got a rash metal detector. It will really help us out on this build. know what you were thinking, baby. You're like, you know what? I can never find ore here. I wonder why I can't find the ore here. Until I'm really scared of these enemies. We're so due for the eyeball. From what I have been told, mostly by her, apparently, fighting Cthulhu's Eye on Skyblock, since there is no, whatever in the world, should give us a placeable, altar thing. The Dark Tooth and Corrupt altar thing. And with the Dark Tooth, the Corrupt altar thing, I'm very good at nouns, shut up. We will be able to make a corrupt space. Now, how will that lead to fighting the worm? I have no fucking idea. But it will.
Oh, yours make me look stupid.
What, baby?
Yours make me look stupid.
I'm sorry that yours make you look stupid. I mean, making the biome is fine. The problem is the worm is usually, I mean, maybe you could farm the stuff to make the summoning thing, I guess. Usually you do it by breaking the orbs.
You can get more altars, but you have to close out your session every time.
What do you mean?
So it will only, like, you can only fight one Isle of Cthulhu per session to get altars.
Okay.
So, like, if we fight it, we would have to save and quit the world and then come back to summon it again.
To get the eye of the
To get
altar.
more altars or more seeds.
We only need one altar for now. I got a bat. It's 37 melee damage.
You don't like the bat I gave you.
I don't like the bat at all. No, it's extremely slow. Oh. It's slow as dick. I might sell it. Keep the metal detector because we need it later. I got pizza! I got gladiator leggings. Y'all wear the leggings for now. Fuck it. I'm selling the bat. I don't want the bat. I have other bat, and this bat is useless to me, so... Chicken bones, a blue thing. Oh boy, an umbrella in case we really want to linger in the fall to our death. Well, gonna Mary Poppins my way to hell. I still have not made a Terraria bingo. In Sally. At the moment, I think the bingo focuses on solar, where I had it, and then I didn't. Like, it disappeared. I don't know what was going on there. Whatever. The 50th? Really? Wow, they spawn a lot on this. Okay. I don't know if we've gotten their banner in a reasonable amount of time. Ever. Yeah. 50 of them's a lot. On the upside, boy, we can dye ourselves so red. I'm gonna be the reddest red. I killed a snail. Reddest red you've ever seen. I'm so red. I'm hot and ready for Freddy. I am... going up now. Go check on my mushrooms, because what else we stinking doing right now? May as well gather some basic materials. Darn. Die. Snail. Worm. No clay means no clay pots, means I can't plant the blink root there. I could put it here, but I'm afraid it would get blowed up. Oh, hey, this is spreading. There it goes. Yay! Die.
Stars?
If we do, they'd be in storage. I give them all to you, usually. Oh, no, I actually started making mana because I got the fucking scythe. So I stopped giving them all to you, because I actually need them for something right now.
Monster.
I know, but you're not the only one whose DPS is tied to that right now. And
We have 264 stars. I'm taking some.
Okay. Again, I've historically given them all to you. So I don't feel bad about, oh, tonight I'm going to take the ones I found.
Well, I don't know.
You have a weird feeling.
I have a weird feeling.
Have to trust Kaz's weird feelings. That's the law. You guys give me any dirt? A little bit. Kaz is not Kaz. Dirt. Mud block. I'm going to turn my dirt into mud. Why? To very slightly expand my mushrooms. Why? More mushrooms. I don't understand your question. I like mushrooms. More mushrooms means more mushrooms, and more mushrooms means more mushrooms. Glowing mushrooms are vital for most things. We need glowing mushrooms. Better healing comes from these. Better, like, there's so much stuff that comes from this. It is hard to argue with, we need glowing mushrooms. We will always need some amount of glowing mushrooms. So, I'm going to expand this out a little bit. Oh, at some point we need a mushroom field. Oh, my reach is poopy. I am spoiled by journey mode. You play the journey mode and I reach across the sky. But today I do not. I don't even want to put this. Like, I got a grass seed and I don't want to waste it because this is spreading pretty well, actually. Put it over there, I guess. It's like a marker where to start. We don't really need the seeds, friend. It's a material? The seed is a material. You know the seed is a material? I gotta go ask the guy about that, right? Is that a new thing, or is it just like to make planter boxes or something like that? We could use some Hello, what you doing?
I was checking around the graveyard to see if we had Abigail's flower yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're working on that. Get you a good old summon.
Okay. The mushrooms and demonite bars will make a mushroom summon. You need like 300 mushrooms. Ow, what?
Well, I've gathered some mushrooms. I have 7. That's close to 300.
Yeah. Super close.
I'm working on it. Doing the best I can. Santa baby. Alright.
Sorry down the chimney corner.
I see you placed a really cool bird. Oops. Yeah, I forgot I had a gold bunny. Okay, metal detector. I'm gonna put in here because it's part of the cell phone later. I'm gonna toss these wood greaves because they're not even worth money. They're not worth anything. There's a mace in here? Oh, I have a mace. Right, I was thinking the other. Right. Switching between 2 games, if not 3. We also have the group one we've done a little of, but it does get a little baffling. Does get a little bad. On which note, I guess I'll go check on the jungle. Because clearly our boy is also not showing up tonight. Is there a way to force this without a summoning item? Because we can't get that either. Unless a merchant sells it on this seed. Which I don't think they do, but I guess I'll double check. It's kind of getting infuriating.
Kind of bad luck.
He showed up so early on Journey, and we murdered him. We're about the same as we were there. We're at the full. Well, we're not full health. I got a living wood wand, so enjoy that. I don't know what to do with food right now. Oh, that's what we're doing. Delicious pizza. Where would you like a living wood wand to go, baby? Okay, I'm going to put it in the naturals for now. I want to look at what these materials can do with seeds, because apparently most seeds are materials, but not linkweed seeds. Which is weird, because that gets rid of my plan of maybe they're crafting a biome site potion. And soils. Okay, jungle grass seeds can be used to make green thread. Apparently. Mushroom grass seeds can be used to make the mushroom staff, but we need so many of them. Okay. I don't think we even have a loom. I don't know how we even get a loom. Only I do. I feel confused. I think we need a heavy workbench. Oh, we don't have a heavy workbench? Did I just decide that wasn't worth it yet? Making a heavy workbench, I guess. And somehow we don't have one. Oh, I don't know. I can make a boulder! Big sign that says, my house. And
Are you missing something?
I don't know. I was going to try making a loom, but I don't remember how, and I feel dumb. I guess I could just take some wood to the guy and be like, hey, guy. Remind me how to make a loom real quick. Apparently, I've forgotten how to life. It happens to the best of us. You know, I'm going to go star collecting first, though. Because why not? Yippee! We've got a cactus growing.
I hate the gladiators.
Can't believe you've killed so many mobs. How could you? Oh, hey, we got a frozen... Hey! This counts as ice now. It didn't, and now it does. I don't know what changed, but there was a snow zombie, and it counts as ice. We got the background and the music. It changed its mind, and it loves me. So we now have an ice biome. Fine. It's small, but it exists. I don't know what... I don't understand. But okay. I guess it just...
Terraria did update today.
Oh. You think they had some bug fixing? I didn't know they updated. I would have looked. I mean, it has had a few little oddities. Are you still seeing your magical background?
I haven't been down there.
Oh. The magical ram exploding background where it's like, Intel no understand. The Borealis. I finally get to see it. That is very pretty. Well, I know you told me, but I never got the chance. No, I live here now. Now, I'm a little peeved how many clouds are in the way. Kind of a silly amount of clouds in the way. Oh, the light changes with the Borealis color. Holy crap. That rules. Oh, I love that. Oh, everything's purple! What? I'm excited. Oh, that's so cool.
Do we have goblin spikes on this yet?
Do we have goblin spikes? Like the ones... I don't remember. I do, I probably have it in my box of screams, otherwise known as my piggy bank. I can go the other way.
We haven't gotten a blood moon yet either.
No, we're not getting squat. Hi, Anna.
Hello, Inari. I mean,
Oh, she's auraing your aura. With her aura. And he says hi. He called us beautiful.
what?
He called us beautiful. Quick, let's kiss for his entertainment. Oh, right.
Wow.
What? It's raining. It's raining.
It's raining?
We can get more water. I'm not at the house, but I can get more water.
I'm
Oh. You're like tasteful smooch. I'm like hot lesbian makeout. Let's go. Let's get that boy turned. I got a sickle. Strong sickle. Sky blue flower. And the hopes and dreams of a million people. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill. Needless murder, make me go wee. Grab it. Give me fruit. Hello. The jungle trees have not fed me today. It upsets me and makes me emotionally volatile. Prepare to cry. Bees! So many bees. No reason. There's a slime shooting bees. There is a slime shooting bees. What? No. Hive slime. If you put beehives in a slime, dude, you know what the best thing they could have done is then? If you get the slime staff, you should be able to equip your slime with various crap that it then does what these slimes do. I don't know if they did that, but if they did, 1 million points forever. That's what I want. That'd be so fun if you had a slime shooting bees, or you had a slime with a dart trap in it, just falling around. Then he becomes scalable. He's a slime that evolves with you in a way. You get the lizard trap, suddenly he's like decent again. Think about it. Oh. Now I got hive blocks. Hive can be extractinated. Do I want to know what that does? I'm going to extractinate one of our 5 hive blocks unless you scream no. It gives us honey block. Do we want hive or honey block? Interesting. Hey you. I know I can turn it crispy. Hive wall, beehive, a beemanation. We need both to summon the queen bee eventually. But with hive, we can make honey, right? Because if we place hive, then we take hive.
What are you plotting?
A beautiful future for us and our offspring.
I made more buckets.
Nice. We do tend to go through a lot of water. As if we have to supply the world with all of it ourselves, and at some point we need to make our own dang ocean. We could technically start doing right now, but there would be none sand, so...
Only needs 1 layer.
Yeah, but we have no sand. Paying attention to that, it went just fine. Okay. Okay! I don't have that up yet. Go back to tier 11? Oh, 12. We're on 12. Main, go. Play. I don't want to pay attention to you. Have fun. Okay. I was telling my phone what to do. Boulder slime? I don't know what a boulder slime does yet. I have not seen a slime with a boulder in it. I won't lie. I know it can rain boulders because there is no god. And there is no god in Terraria. There is only Cthulhu. The Moon Lord. I guess means there is... What?
I started a journey seed.
Yeah?
I found Moon Lord leggings in a tree.
In a tree?
In a living tree. In a chest.
That's ominous. I like that you can see a dead Moon Lord in the background by the ocean sometimes now. Sad he didn't show up on your screen, but he did on mine, and I was like, nice. I got an umbrella hat. And now we're ready for that. noodles did nothing. I am very peckish today. Oh, that even when it's raining, the sun is super cool. Going back to the jungle for reasons. Meow. So fast and so fast you can't even keep out fast. I ain't like, wow, that bitch is fast.
Okay, our lake is once more filled up.
Nice, 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 nice.
What do you want to do with the rest of the water?
You could put it in the mushroom biome. You could bring some to the jungle, make a lake here. You could, I don't know. I mean, we have water here, I guess. You can do whatever you'd like, forever. It's your world too. We're building it together. It's just for us. You can go make a floating island of water. I don't care. You have as much freedom as I do. Welcome to your life. As Itazi Mandius, Queen of Demandius. Demandingus. I didn't say your man. I said demandingus. Demandius. Supply and demand. Kill this bat. Okay. What we're gonna do? Get this out. What? I can't place hive.
That hive one.
I can make it shoot bees though. If I swing hive around, it shoots bees. Yeah. I'm just swinging bees around. They are hunting my enemies. That's kind of like a summon. Sure, man. Anyway. Okay, so we can get a hive wand to do that. That was my big plan. I was going to place the hive and I was going to harvest it for honey and then we'd have honey. But alas, this was not to be. How sad. How uncomfortable. Shut up. Get out of my house. Yeah, I'll just got one or two of them. Guess I'll put it like, I don't know, here. And, here. Uh-oh. Just dawned on me. Forget. Yeah, we're just gonna get a bunch of this stuff for now. Okay. Hey, I got French fries. You know. You may be jealous. On the note of yum, I need a snack. I'm feeling. Ooh, I have Ritz, not Ritz. The Reese's pretzel things right here. That'll work for now. That sounds good. Here, would you like some? French fries. Oh. Sorry, baby. What kind of French fries?
Crispy hot one.
You can get those here?
You can get those.
No. There's about 50 places to get weird soggy ones, though. I mean, Burger Kings are crispy and hot sometimes, but they get cold and they become a whole new substance known to man. Like, what is this? Oh. They're also kind of dense. Blackened fish. Hmm. There we go. 200 mana. That's the max, right? I don't know either. Dang, that did get bigger. Nice. Bada 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 boom boom. Oh. Yeah, I need dirt. Give me dirt.
Dirt?
That's wood. That's kind of like dirt.
You need dirt?
I always need dirt.
I have 347 dirt on me.
Oh, nice. Good job. We have a supply of dirt. I'll always take more dirt. Another glowing mushroom seed. Right now, the main thing is we can turn dirt into mud and expand this, but less a main priority and more just an idea, something to do while we wait for the eye. Tell you what, I'm getting pretty sick of waiting for the eye right now. I used to have no wait for things. Not like this. Stupid.
Get into mud.
Do whatever you want with it. I'm just elaborating what my thoughts about it.
Or do you want me to make the dirt into mud?
I've been making it the mud as I use it for mud. We need mud for jungle. We need mud for what you call it. Dirt is useful in and of itself. You use dirt to expand dirt. Want to make a farm for plants? We're gonna need dirt. At least until we find some magical way to get clay on this. So far, it's been a non-star. That's an interesting idea. Make an ice biome, make a bowl, fill it with water, and then use the bombs. That probably would save time.
Here.
What? Thanks. I take it you enjoy hearing me scream! Oh, Jesus. Okay. Nice blizzard over here. Yes, everyone enjoys seeing what I'm doing. Ooh! So let's let's put some torches down so you can at least try.
Do we need more ice?
Oh. I'm really just saying, if we wanted that bigger, probably be easier to just bring water over here, fill up a bowl, and then throw the bombs in that to turn it to ice for the most part. At least with how our resources presently lie. You know what I mean? But for now, we have an ice biome. I don't think we can do trees. I don't think we get boreal wood without snow. How we get snow, I have to do something with the ice to make snow.
Oh, we get by putting ice in it.
Well, yes, but I thought there was other ways.
Don't like having slide around.
Sorry that your ice slime. Shackle!
Like I'm gonna fall off the edge.
Shit. All the time? Ah. Hello. Goodbye. Shackle. Okay. Boomerang. I'm just a boomerang. 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 Yes. Lots of sickles and shackles. I want to give you options for making the blocks, I guess. Which I appreciate, but also... Go away. Trying to work here. So rude to me. Yeah, that's what I want. One random plot of stairs. Tell you what, we're never low on torches, though. Main enemies, just these guys forever. Gosh. Stars. Good enough I did. Sky Otter has defeated the 20 billion zombie. So many zombies.
Spirit down here.
Where you at? Careful, they do in fact emit lava from the lava slimes, regardless of difficulty. That's why I got lava. And thus obsidian and thus sand. So it might be wise to save some of that obsidian, like make an obsidian skull or something for the whole surviving the lava bit. Would help, but they do a lot of damage, yes. We're supposed to be in, like, much better shit before we go to hell. Unfortunately, that shit does not exist in our world presently. And we just gotta do our best. Go, get away. One likes you. You're stinky. Die. Oh no! Melted? Guys, my wife melted. What do I do? Gotta get her in a bucket and bring her up to the solidifier. Imagine you have to craft ways to res people based on how they died. It's like hardcore, but like you can come back. It's just someone has to be like, right, I gotta put my wife through the solidifier or something. You can give her CPR. What, you gonna blow bubbles in her? She melted.
Yes, I did melt.
Put her in the freezer. I'll have a new pet to go with the dirtiest dirt block. I'll have the frozenest wife block. You guys aren't good at saving her. No one's being a dick cheese.
You are.
How am I being a dick cheese? I'm not making fun of you.
Make fun of me.
Making fun of the game's word choice.
Make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
Make fun of me.
I'll make a poll. I'll be like, is Sarah making fun of her? And everyone will be like, yeah, just because they like to see me suffer.
You owe me French fries.
I owe you French fries.
Yeah.
From where? That's what you do with all your dead wives? Make fun of them or freeze them? I mean, I've seen what you do with your... Well, I don't want to go there. That's probably a little too personally... Like, you'll laugh, but also everyone else will be like, that's really mean. I don't want to do that to her without her being like, ah, yeah, I know. Liz.
What does Liz do to her wives?
That's what I was asking, if she freezes them or what. It was based on the conversation. And she's just laughing. She's like, yes. Like, uh-huh. She knows immediately what my joke was. So... Oh, gosh. The upside, I'm way out here now. There's my ice. We've gone quite a bit further. What have we achieved? Going back to building.
Hurting my poor feet.
Yeah, it's going to happen down there. It's pretty scary.
I'm not in hell.
Oh, are you burning your feet then?
I'm making obsidian.
Ooh.
39 obsidian.
Quite a lot. Hello, sir. Even the one-shot eyeball. Well, that money's gone. That's a lot
You know
of
obsidian burns through stuff?
in real life or the game.
Or did you know that the lava burns through platforms?
Probably, yeah. I know it burns through rope. I don't know if it used to, but it certainly does now. I don't play with lava much, honestly, so I don't know we're all exactly changed, but I'm sure some things are slightly different. Because they've been busy. Now everyone's like, okay, so what's Terraria 2 going to be? Like, oh, I don't know if they're going this one. Who knows? I'm still not sure what a Terraria 2 would even entail. Like, this one's significant. Yeah, they could do it just updating this one. All the shit they've added over time. Probably just an engine that's not XNA. Probably an engine that's like still supported actively by its development group. That would probably be the first big change. If I remember right, this was made in XNA, and XNA was for Xbox 360 indie development, and Microsoft dropped it like a hot potato about 2 years after it came out. So we got like this and dust out of it, and probably a bunch of other stuff no one remembers. Got this and dust out of it. For all I know, there's like some indie group maintaining it. I have no so much wood platform. More wood platform ever had in your life. Wood platform.
Stop playing platform lethal blocks.
Why?
Please.
Why?
I don't want to die.
Why would you die?
Because I'll fall through it.
How are you managing that?
I just am.
Stop doing that.
You stop doing that.
I don't do that.
You are placing bad blocks.
I'm sorry, I'm
You're
placing
a bad block placer.
placing extremely easy
You're
blocks.
placing a bad block.
Placing blocks that are easy to obtain and spread out from.
You are a bad block placer.
Wow, baby. Most people have no beef with wood platforms. Maybe you should stop hitting the down arrow key.
Maybe you should stop placing bad blocks.
I think they're pretty good blocks, actually. They're good economy.
Don't be a dick.
One wood turns into 2 platform, and I can fall through it if I want. And once in a while, it is useful. You're like, hey, I want to go down. And we're at. I am this far away. Close to 2/3 of the way, but not a little over halfway. Oh my gosh, how did I not get beat by... Well, bye! Enjoy hell! I'm very far out now. You gonna give me something new and interesting? Probably not. Oh boy, random cloud platforms? There, that'll make my wife happy. Here's a patch of cloud you can stand on. Now you won't fall through and die and go... I am helping. Farming whatever I can get. 1,000 blue slimes already. Wow. I forget, we fought the Slime King, right? Like, that's all we've gotten is King Slime. We even had goblins yet. Oh my gosh. Alright. I would love for stuff to happen. I'm trying to expand this out and make stuff occur, but...
I'm gonna go to get more lava. I hate myself.
Hate myself. Abhor myself. People say I should adore myself. But it's funnier for everyone if I just scream fuck every time I look in the mirror and see that dumb fuck. I will for a third time just rhyme fuck with fuck. No running for 5 minutes. Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie,
No
Lizzie,
running.
Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie,
How do you run?
Lizzie, Hermes boots. Oh. Okay. I'll take off my Hermes boots, but for now I'm on my slime, and I think that stops me from running, so that works for a second. Hermes boots are off. Now I cannot run, you monster. You can only go...
Hello, Mr. Demon with a guide dog. You can't kill anybody down here. Because all the lava's gone.
You're a dumb idiot.
Except for one tiny block. Oh, shit.
You're the dumb idiot again now.
No!
Well, that's unfortunate. You've gone batty. Lunatic under the moon. I'm just a slow-mo.
I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. 'Cause I'm easy go, little hot, little. Anyway the wind blows doesn't really matter
To me. Copyright strike.
Somebody singing.
Oh, you'd be amazed what they can do. That word's not transformative. You stole it. Sure, man. Mama just killed a slime. Came at me from the sky. Oh, we both thought we were going somewhere with that. Oh, it's time for this shit again. Whoa.
On the other side of the house.
Ooh, Pinky. You like my toy? I like my toy. Oh yeah, I think he likes my toy. Uh-oh. Yeah, you do that. Okay. Oh, I'm out of mana. Okay. Did Pinky die?
Come here, Slime King. I will kill you.
Did you get it? I don't know, the slime staff? Like a hat?
That slime gun.
Slime gun. Oh, last I knew that does nothing but turn me blue.
And you take more damage from fire.
That's specific. I guess if you had an imp, that would go well with it. At some point we're going to have to make a dresser. Alright. Well, is that another golden bunny?
Yes, it's mine!
Here you go. I have one too. He's selling it. There's nothing else to do with it. Huh? We can't like research. Can I sell mine, you think? Should I put it on display like a coffee bitch and then come home and see it mysteriously missing later? Alright, that was pointless. I still can't put my boots back on. Alright. Go check on my stuff.
Hey,
what?
You're better at it than I am.
What?
Go forth and harvest me some lava, bitch.
Where am I harvesting lava from? I can't catch the bird because I can't run. Can't catch it, it's not working. Oh! Oh! Oh, I can put my boots back on.
Stop.
Oh, my boots are back on.
Stop.
Oh, thank God, the 5-minute timer went off. Thanks for the buckets.
Go get that.
Oh, that's gonna suck. How do you think I'm better at it than you are?
You were just are.
Last I tried, I got my ass beat down there just as bad as you were.
Well, I wish you would put it, that you would put the lava, like the hell platform up higher.
Okay.
Because it's so disorienting because the thing doesn't move.
Okay. Well, check this out. Remember how you had all that dirt you were bragging about? I'll get some.
No.
That would also work. I have nothing on me. I used all my wooden platforms to make stuff happen. Oh, I could just make a floor out of dart traps. Does that sound fun?
No.
Floor made out of dart traps? Nice. Down I go. This isn't particularly spreading down here even. Frustrating. I feel like biomes spread slower, but enemies spawn way faster. Does that make sense? Am I crazy?
Lizzie.
He said hi. Lizzie. Oh.
Thank you for torturing my wife.
Wow. Wow!
What?
I got knocked off the rope by a bat and landed on one brick of dirt. Replace those with cloud.
You son of a bitch! You killed a gold worm. You're dead.
Bye, everyone. My wife is going to kill the world now. A golden animal has been defeated by a random piece of goo. Could be that.
Oh.
We have 20 bat banners! Oh my god!
20 what?
Bat banners. Just straight up bat banners. Good grief. I was trying to put some banners down to give buffs for relevant stuff around here. Hi, baby. I was recovering from breaking every bone in my body. How are you? Right on. I love you. Allow me to slough your direction. There's a granite banners you earned. Good job on that, by the way.
Go get me lava.
Yeah, I might need support for that thing. Sorry, I was healing. Cope. I had no health. You'd be like, hey, go get me lava. And I'd be like, hey, I'm dead. Just straight up dead. You'd be like, why are you so ass? And I'd be like, ugh. You'd be like, okay, whatever, melodrama queen. I'd be like, oh, my butthole. And you'd be like, oh no, your butthole. I'm like, my butthole.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't offer if you're not going to do it. I will test that. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Making a little something. I'll let the lava pour you. Which, I mean, if the lava gets too high, it will pour you over there. On me, the rope's up. Yes. Yes. Well, I had anything I could make platform out to cover this gap, but hey. Now here is my dead wife's corpse. Oh boy, a demon immediately. Hey, would you, like, do this cool thing I've heard of? All the kids are doing it. It's called Fuck Off? Like that the second boss we fight could very easily just be the wall of flesh. Where would we go? No. No, we haven't solved that problem yet, but we could do it.
Can you not help? Okay.
What? What did I do wrong?
Nothing.
You said that like you're like, oh, a ball sack or something. What?
Nothing.
I made 2 big holders for lava.
So how are we supposed to get lava in the holders?
Well, you see, when you're on this rope, you should be able to grab lava with your bucket. Theory. But I am working on that detail. Now the fact that I presently have no nothing. I have nothing. Good day, sir. It's just...
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I got that part.
Yes. Problem is, for lava slimes start spawning, I'm gonna need a lot more dirt. I'm working on it. There's one. He fell down to you, because I don't have platforms. Here, and I'm gonna make a little dip. Okay, again, if it overflows, it has somewhere to go. It's not my face. I can be smart sometimes. Do we see the vision?
No, I'm using my 1700 dirt or my 1700 rock to help.
Yeah, you can make stone platforms and cover that rope spot.
Can't, actually.
What? No. Life is pointless. Time to go binge eat ice cream.
Come on, Mr. Slimy. Come on. Come on. It's a good slime. Oh, no, bad slime, bad touch.
Bad slime.
You mean fun of me?
About it. Not exactly. I find you endlessly charming and silly. That's very nice. That feels familiar.
I was not prepared.
Neither of us is prepared.
Gold, though. Ouch. You know what?
What? What?
I hate all this experience bullshit.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, bye! I have 3 health. Did he just spawn his... Nope. I burned a snack! Shit!
Hey, are you trying to order dinner? I don't know.
That's to be good, honey. You had sushi for lunch. Sushi spending.
I bought it with the money I got.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We got to not be super stoops. I could make Totino's. I know you don't want to. You want Little Caesars and French fries. A normal combination for normal people. Here, put this away while I grab it. Da-da-da-da-da.
I didn't have pickups.
I don't know, baby. I want our grass spread at the graveyard that we're constantly by. Because the world is empty and dead. I'm not a fish. Oh gosh. I'm gonna scream. I'm just gonna scream. Oh, hey, that's getting some. Oh, wow. Okay. This has done quite a lot, actually. We got a mushroom tree. We got some grasses and vines and stuff. I did not get any seeds, but hey. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream so loud. Scream until Bird's like, "Are you good?" I'm gonna be like, "No." Then you're gonna be like, "Do you need a doctor?"
No, exhale slowly.
There's not much to exhale. Yes. The hiccups on the French. Oh, actually. Or crit if. Alright, we're gonna build off the original build point. Spot where it all started. We're gonna expand our mushrooms in new direction. That seems wise. What we're gonna do? Go fuck yourself. That's what we're gonna do. Don't touch me. Go away. You little monsters chasing me around. Yeah, I can do this. No! I'm good. I'm great. Everything's fine. Nothing went wrong. Worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. Dirt. I'm gonna get back in my hole. That's what you said. Get back in my hole. Okay, this is gonna be scary. I get it. Okay, I'll build this out. Yes, like that. Yeah! I did! Made a nice little spot. Just a fun little way out here. What if I just did that? What if I was a weirdo and just made a fun little way? Ooh, an alcove. I like building biomes. Is that weird? I think it's kind of fun. Can't really do it on like Minecraft. Probably would. How they work is just fundamentally different here. I really like doing it. Fun. I think we've killed enough bats. Well... Oh, not yet. I need that to come down. That spreads through there. Then I can do that. Alright, there's our next little section. We've made our next section for mushrooms. Okay. It's, you know, it's a little something. 4 row. I have an idea with my row. I don't know if it's going to help us at all, but I do have the idea, so I might pursue that. I wonder if there's a way to make a sky mill now. It seems like something you'd just be able to get on this, right? Like, it seems thematically appropriate. Almost stinking eyeball.
Can you look it up and see what we're doing wrong?
I've looked it up in the past, and what we're doing wrong was just Nat 1. This has come up before. This is kind of a routine for us. The problem is, we literally need it to do anything. Been playing for several in-game weeks. Eye of Cthulhu has not spawned. Once you have 200 HP, it's supposed to be a 1 in 3 chance every night. And 4 NPCs. We've got the NPCs, right? Like, yeah, we got them. A lot of people gave up waiting for it. It's just not happening for a lot of people. Let me see if I can check that stinking bug log and see what's up. I don't see any change log, so okay. SOL. Good luck. He has a 30% chance every night of spawning. He just hasn't. We're just having awful luck. Yeah. Just like the last time. In this case, we can't even use suspicious looking eye. There's no way to get the materials. So... Biome building continues, and I keep hoping for something to happen that'll help me. Pineapple. We really are just waiting on the answer. We get him, we're golden, but we just can't get him.
He's in stream.
What? Who's in stream? I don't know. 4 people. Liz, Cloud, and Ian. Us. They really only look when people talk to me. Like, hey, someone's talking. What do you got? I got a mahogany wand.
Nice.
At this point, the main way I can see us progressing is I can unlock gnomes. That excites you, baby.
You unlock what?
Gnomes.
How can you do that?
They spawn on living wood.
Do they?
If you make living wood tiles and walls, that increases the odds of gnomes spawning. I think it's primarily underground level, but I could be wrong. I think they spawn surface too. I think it's literally just living wood. Yes, I could unlock gnomes. The gnomes, you know, at least something be trying to get me, because at this point, we kind of bored. That toucan is gone. Enjoy hell! Bye! Like, we are just waiting for the eye to get anywhere now. Bit disheartening. And typical, frankly, for us. Just thinking eye always causes issues, but usually we have, you know, alternative ways of getting it. So. Since we're not doing a summon item route, I am kind of like, well, I guess I can't just off-stream look for a way to summon the eye. Unless I magically just go pull one from another world, at which point, what's the point of doing this thing? You know.
I can pull an eye from a character.
No, I don't want to do that. That's what I just said. We don't want to pull our eye. I would like to not rely on soft cheats, as it were. Unlimited. Liz says to go gnoming. Again, might. Get out the wood.
What's it spawn off of it? I don't think that's their spawn condition.
I am almost certain it's their spawn condition.
I think that's...
Alright. Well, I'm gonna do a tree anyway. Screw it. What else we got going on? I don't have a leaf one. It's gonna be a bald tree. Shit. Sir, if you kill this frog, my wife will kill us. Waiting for it to be like, you got the 50th pinky. That bat exploded. What the hell? You glitched through my net. I saw that. You responded and then you went, eh. Stop being too high up. Why are you running? Alright, everyone start rolling your RNG checks for eyeball. We're coming up on that time. Just these leaf ones, and I actually could make a big old stinking tree. Honey blocks. Moon glow. Let the slime live, we get lots of moon glow. The problem is, grass is very populated right now. I have to clean it up. Probably should anyway. some room for this stuff if we need it. Ugh. I see nothing about a mysterious presence yet, so I'm not getting my hopes up. Saw that pop up and went, oh, thing! Nope. Just my wife being continually excellent at murdering bats. Kind of like the Eye of Cthulhu, except not at all.
Okay.
Mamma mia. Fall off. I'm continuing my weird, unique method of biome construction. Right, just kind of keep making stuff happen until something occurs. Coming down here, we create a hole. But hey, our jungle's getting a little more layered, and eventually we'll get down enough to, like, underground a little bit with it or something, and it'll spread kind of naturally, and it'll be cool. Hollow and weird, but cool. Or honey. Gonna build this one out in general. That will give us a nice little something. Slight continuation of what we have. At least different. Spreading the world, we spread the world. Go to hell. Joy. Oh, it's time!
It's time!
It's time! Let the bloodbath begin! I need to eat this pineapple.
I'm gonna eat this spaghetti.
Oh shit, you're right. We got like french fries and stuff. I should eat that. Food. Food.
Hey.
What? Pizza! I'm eating the
Buy
pizza.
your piggy bank.
Thank you. Oh, I'm going to put this here as a joke. Okay. I've got my murder book. I've got my flail. I've got a whip and a yo-yo. I got so many ways to kill this thing. I see you. That's where we're about to send this motherfucker. Ah! Okay. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. I'm preparing by shooting shit into the sky. Oh, I should make a starter ball. We don't have enough sand to make a starter ball. Oh, we're working on that part. Oh, eventually antlions will spawn. Oh, and then we'll get more sand. And then, oh, it'll be great. Where are you, Pudding? I'm waiting for you.
Think that's what I did to the merchant's house?
There he is. He's here. He's here. He's here. Yes, I did. The golden bunny. I need to aim ahead more. There it goes. No, if I can just get a shot in. Oh, he'll die. These do so much damage. And your arrows do so much damage. And together, we'll do a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, my aim is bad at the best of times.
Mine isn't. It's okay.
Your aim is great. I don't know how to get to pop up the here's who did the most damage thing, but I know I don't want to see it. Alright. Big eyeball. Come on. Yeah, just lure him into that. There, yeah! I got it. Demon altar. We got a demon altar. Can be placed. This is the real deal. And we got seeds. Okay. Baby. Kiss. Okay. I have 20 dirt. I might need more dirt than that. Do I still...
Demonite ore.
Good. I might need to go farm some more. Well, we got rock. We have lots of rock. I brought you some presents because I know you liked them.
We have 30 demonite bars.
Have a bird. Cool. You can do with that whatever you deem fit, my beloved wife. I am going to scream. Okay. With these materials,
I put the demon altar.
I'm deciding. Somewhere underground, probably. That's
Why?
a lot of bunnies. Well, because I was going to put it in a corrupt spot. I was going to make us a corruption. Just deciding where to put it. Guess I could put it down here past our graveyard. Like to the right here? Just under the house? Does that make sense? You like that? I don't think it can spread through clouds, can it? Can trees grow underground?
I know gem trees do.
You know, if we wait for the Dryad to show up to actually do this, we could say, hey, there's no corruption in the world and get whatever the prize is for that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll just build the space, and we'll go from there.
For the house for.
She'll show up without one. And we do have a jungle now. So you could, in theory, just build one over there if you wanted. There's lots of space. I've made such a weird little space over there. You can adjust that however you need. Yeah, I had that for a reason.
We kicked his ass.
Oh yeah, no, we're way overdue for that fucker.
We kicked his ass.
It was time. It was so time. Not even funny how time it was. Beyond the time for that. We needed that a while ago. I don't know if I want this here, actually. The more I think about it, I'm like, this is in our graveyard space. Is it going to cause issues with that? Should I put it somewhere else? I mean, we have lots of options. I wish I would think of that before I place a shit ton of stone down. But hey, I am me. God, I'm killing every slime in the world. I might leave this little stone outcrop here. It's just a thing to do something with later. I think I am going to go over here. I think I'm going to put the corruption somewhere a little more out of the way. Like, this looks good. Already got stone here. Already tried building something. Past. I could, in theory. I was not careful to spread to a bad place. Ew. Should build it off the platform. Probably the smartest way. I had it in my head that I knew exactly what I was doing until I tried to do it. Clearly, I am too hungry to think, and someone should buy me 2,000 pounds of pizza and cheese. Yes. Don't want to go too far out. Right between our ice and our little desert. That might be smart. It's right here, floating in the sky. I like this. I'm going to put it here. And every eye in the world will show up mad at me for killing their dad. Kill them too so they can go join their dad in hell. Oh my god. I too low summon at this point. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I bet 500 demon eyes. Feels like 500 demon eyes every time I turn around. Or, you know. Jesus! Spawn rates sometimes. It's just wild, man. Is it just certain moon phases or something? Changes it? I think there isn't one tonight. That might be the issue. I don't know. I feel like I'm being swarmed constantly. I just want to build something fun and nice and evil. Just fun and nice and evil. Is that such a problem that I want to be fun and nice and evil? Evil? Yes, eat daylight, sucker.
Eat daylight.
Me at every vampire. Me at every vampire. This game, I'm sad, was apparently pretty ass. The one where, like, vampires are taking over the town and you're supposed to do co-op to, like, fight them off or whatever. Oh. I don't remember the name of it. Went over that lukewarm. You have a winner idea and you nuke it that hard. No one even remembers your name. Woof. I like building stuff. Is that weird? I guess it was like half the appeal of the game, isn't it? I can't even say I'm all that great at it. Pinky. Be more excited if I had something to spend all the money on. After with the eye down, something interesting will start happening. Okay. Slimes. Hey, there she is. You should find her. Nice. Hope she's happy. Because we cannot have a less corrupt world. Unless there's something we don't know. Well, it's always possible. Do 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 do. You've
done an amazing job. Oh my gosh, she has so much stuff to that.
Anything we care about?
Grass seeds, sunflowers, grass wall, acorns, stuff that you don't affect the environment. Dirt rod, pumpkin seeds, flower wall, daily planter box, go flower, all the flower,
Planter boxes might be good for us. We have seeds, but we don't have a spot to put a lot of them. We can start making a garden. Times you like doing that. I don't know, does that sound interesting to you right now? There we go. Cool. Oh, I mean, just hanging out. Okay. Now for the fun part where I get out. Nope. That did not work. Alright. Back we go. Squalala! Okay. That slime went on a weird little trip. Now let's take some dirt. Solar is raiding with a party of 3. Yo, Solar! How'd your Mega Man go? Are you free at the hospital? Have you gotten all of the Ultra Mega Awake the Beast codes that exist for reasons? Very good reasons, I'm sure. They're good reasons. They got all over the place. Nice. Nice. Lizzie, you should pop that cool little shout-out command for me, because I'm still dumb and don't entirely know how to do it. I try and it breaks, and I go, oh, I'm dumb. Birds here, birds here, birds here. Okay, we are going to plant some corrupt seeds. Right. There we go. We now have corruption spreading. Only over here. It's important. Make an evil biome. Ooh, a spooky place. Okay? Right in here, between the desert and the ice. Little island of Nadia. Okay. If I get more dirt, it'll be even better. But for the time being, it started, and we've done it. Guys, rope. I'm going to use it to continue my sky climb. Oh, I gotta put the altar down. I gotta put the altar down. Got the altar. We can now alter our perceptions of reality. Now, considering that we're going to need worm teeth at some point... I need worm teeth. I'm going to need a spot for worm to worm. So, I guess... Big hill? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Good job, Lizzie. Thank you. I end up Googling stuff like that every single time. I am a person. Well, supposedly you can also make and spread orb, shadow orb. I thought you can make placeable shadow orbs now. I don't know how that works, or if they still break and give us cool stuff. But supposedly we can do it. Eventually. I've not looked at what we can do with Demonite or anything like that yet. But I know if we get enough of this, we can make another thing to summon more Eye, which is probably a high priority because he drops stuff we need. I think he also has a summon, doesn't? No, that's the twins, isn't it? But in theory, we're getting somewhere. Try to make this hill so digging enemies have somewhere to dig, because somewhere between the worm and the little worms, we're probably going to want a spot where guys can go through the ground at least a teeny bit. And there's not much below us right now, so we need to build up. That's fine. Process. It's a process, and we are in the process of processing. Yes. I'm nailing this conversation. Okay. Back. Thank you. I'm using you for vibes. Don't abandon me in my vibes. Gotta have vibes. Building a big dumb hill. Yeah.
You have all the dirt?
What dirt? I may have turned it into mud and expanded the jungle.
We have no mud anymore?
We got nothing.
We have no dirt, no mud?
We have stone. Yeah, it goes fast. Sorry. Why? What you up to? You gotta go get the stuff again. And where it's at.
I harvested all the dirt in the first place.
Not all of it. I'm always doing stuff. Always get more dirt. Always get more stuff. Into my sky islands. Do-do-do-do-do. Always building more. Always make it bigger. Ow. Punched in the face. Bye, slime. Not the ideal way for this to go, but it'll work. Building a nice little platform of corruption space for the corruption to space. Yes. Excuse you, die. Me when someone cuts me off in traffic. I'm a good person. Okay, here we go. Got this weird little hill. We go really proper with it. We make like a weird little like cave. Corruptions love cave. Not as much as Crimson. Crimson love cave. But, you know, Corruption still like cave. Corruption still like cave. Look, it's starting to spread a little. Look at that. Ooh. Oh. Multifaceted, platformative. Yes. Back, I want your clouds. I want your clouds. I need them. Clouds. I don't want to get too close to this. This is important to me. I like it. I don't think it spreads through platforms. There's some things it spreads through and some things it doesn't. So we do got to keep an eye on that. For now, I think we're okay. This could be a problem. Mostly it's just that it's fucking annoying. Alright, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. It will be great. Okay, yeah. Let's just go ahead and raise things. And boom. Here. Everything is Gucci. Nice little, like, cookie cave thing. Okay? Great place to take your date to make out, and especially if your date is one of those face hugger things that shows up around here. So cool. We're in business. We have a little bit of a corruption space started. We have the sun doing some cool little lens flare thing. You know? We have slimes gooing all over me. And I have 194 clouds, so guess what? No. Whoop. I was not ready to actually do that. Surprised myself. Fat fingers. Walk. Leaf clouds are also immune to corruption, so it should give us a nice little buffer around the entire thing. Whoops. Time to do this again. Oh, your palm tree grew.
Owie.
I can make a suspicious looking eye with what I... Oh, is that recipe different? It only needs 6 lens. So if you want to fight him again, we can just do that. Lord knows. I'm going to go ahead and make one of those just to have it. I have that stuff on me right the fuck now. Night just started if you're feeling ballsy and just want to get some free demonite, which I'm not against. Otherwise, I'm placing clouds. You may be like, wow. Oh, we got our first Eater of Souls. Which is making this a harder process. Goodbye. Yeah? Away. I'm busy. Nice to see you. Get out of here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm that done. Let's do it. Like I said, we're going to be looking for digging enemies. So we need to have room for them to dig. Going to be kind of important. We're going to need worm teeth or something. We want to fight the guy, right? So. All right. Come on. It looks like Spritz has the Underlilies sequel. I don't know if I'll like Underlilies. I still don't have it. I don't know if I'll like it. That's why I've never taken the plunge. I'm just on the fence, you know? Is it the kind of hard where I have a good time, or is it the kind of hard where I'm like, I hate you, and I hate everyone that made you, and I hate your face? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know much about it. Man, Spider-Man. Ah, Spider-Man. Poop in pants, scream and die. Spider-Man is not known to cry, but I am a crying Spider-Man. Up real high, scary dude. I don't like it and I feel nude. Everything's looking at me. Probably because they're all fucking eyeballs. Look out! I am the spider thing. Yep. You know? Yeah, it looks ominous. Little spike coming out the bottom. Big little tendril up top. Like some sort of creature almost. Perfect. Acorn. Don't mind if I do. Alright. Oh yeah, I can actually like go up now. Nope, we're full. Okay, I thought so, but I want to make sure. This back. Pop one of these down so we can start working on getting that tree type. We would, baby.
You made me a bunch of...
Give me a minute, and then I'll work on that. Yes. Kind of in the midst of changing up. Okay. Home. Stack them. It's quite the build, and it's not done, but it is well started. Okay, cloud, this. Pineapple away. Need to put this in the animals box. If I can remember which one that is. Imagine having a brain. Tiki torches? Oh, you're making a... Okay. I got you. I got you. I also have a present for you. I count the fact that I am apparently completely full on mana after all, so there you go. On the upside means I'm never touching your stars again. Probably. Ignore that I just did that. Yeah, right here, I'm going to take this, talk to the guy. I'm going to sell this. Work. Mr. Guide. Well, look at this. We can make replica demon altars.
Yes, but they don't do the crafting.
Really?
Yeah.
Replica shadow orb, I'm assuming, is the same problem. Soul Scourge, 17 damage summon whip. Fisher of Souls is not a high priority. War Axe of the Night. Lightbane equipment for armor is a big one. Pickaxe can mine Hellstone. That helps us now. I was really hoping the Shadow Orb situation would be better than that. Alright. Manage Luminescence, creep movement speed, and acceleration. I do like Magic Luminescence, but not if I start shit on it this early. 7. Yeah. We're gonna have to farm the eye. Because if we want an armor upgrade, guess what? Alright. Otherwise, that's all that is. It's a way to prepare for that. Tiki torches, right, sorry. Let's go furniture. That did not thin it down much at all. How many do you want? There you go. Alright, back to work. I guess the next major thing to do is to go help with. I don't know.
You have one?
I don't know.
I need a pause.
You need a pause. Okay. Give me a second. We will do a pause.
Or an ad.
I meant to mute that before I slid it across my desk. Sorry to everyone ever. Okay. I'm going to run an ad. We are going to pause. Maybe food? I don't know. But she needs me to pause for reasons. So, I'll be back in a moment. I love you, kisses. And mostly I just want to pause for a moment anyway. So, whatever. Give her their biomes a chance to spread. Enjoy this ad. You think I can't make you enjoy an ad? You're probably right. But I could try. We're caving and getting McDonald's. Want to help fund our food addiction? Huh, it's crippling. Sign up for either of our Patreon. We both have one now. Isn't that cool? I said I'd make you enjoy this ad, so... there are people like that. For some reason. They added fake outs to the fishing bobber, and I don't like it. There's my ad. Donate bits. Oh! Stupid. Yelped. It's really distracting. It makes fishing so much harder. And a shadow means nothing, because that was a can and I got a fish. Okay. Yoja Cola. Hey, we need that for something, I think. You can do something unique with the Joja Cola. I forget if it's a shimmer or what. There's something new with that. Nice, 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 nice. That's a lot of bits, probably. I don't know bits very well. Money, money, huh? I said, give me bits and moan sexy. And Ina said, worked on me and donated 100 bits. And we met our bits goal of 1,000 tonight. I don't remember setting the bits goal of 1,000. I think Twitch set that for me automatically. But hey, goal achieved. Bezos daddy, love me. Bezos daddy, give me money. Bezos daddy. Bezos daddy. It's fine, Jeff. I don't think you should be guillotined at all. Give me money, Jeff. Jeffrey Bezos. The billionaire class is out to destroy us all and must be taken away from our reality and plane of existence. Yes. I mean, Jeffrey Bezos. I still wish you could use seaweed to make like sushi or something. I want to say that's Starbound that does that. Liz is not one to be outdone and has also donated 100 bits. And something just popped up on hot. You have a limited time to exert. Oh, we started a hype train. We started a hype train. It's that thing where hype happens. Oh no. How hype can we be? For fishing. Fishing hype. Fishing hype. I fucking love fishing mini games. Anytime. Anytime. There we go. Come on. Come on. Give me more boxes. Boxes are good. Or bombfish, just don't have any yet. Liz gifted subs. Liz is on a tear today. 13 out of 10 something. Oh, yeah. Hype train. Jeez. New sub goal reached. Dang. What a productive stream. I don't even know what half this stuff means. Everything's beeping at me. So many beeps. So many sounds and beeps. And so little fish. Well, that box, that's a good box. Well, that was a... Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Boom. Oh! We got a new record going on our hype train because we got 2 donations and Liz bought like 5 gift subs. So now more people have access to the really fun emote. Also, Streamlabs doubles up everyone because I still haven't figured out how to. I'm trading up for Sailfish Boots, man. I love Sailfish Boots. No offense to Hermes, but Sailfish Boots is, I think, a little faster and suits me as the otter. Is it going to do that for every one of those? What? Oh, thank you.
Got you 2 orders of chicken strips.
2. I am starving. Yo, a cheer? I think that might be the first action. Well, no, 100's a cheer, isn't it? I am good at Twitch. I know everything about Twitch and definitely watch Twitch in my free time. Okay, the 100s are bits. That's 600 bits. Oh my gosh, I am dumb. Ina gave 500, Liz gave 600. That's why there's multiple emotes. Hey! And then she did, okay, Bird did 5, and hers are 5 of what looks like a man making fish mouth, which I guess is quite fitting considering I was fishing. So, yes.
My goodness, they're funding our dinner.
They're funding our dinner. And, oh, you can extract an 8 seaweed. What do we get? I got apprentice bait and a snail.
Princess bait?
Apprentice bait and a snail.
I princess bait. What is that?
That's what. Do you have Hermes boots?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had better Hermes boots than you.
I have Sailfish boots.
Because I was the one that got them for you and kept the good ones for me.
Okay, well now I have Sailfish boots, which don't have any fun augments on them, but are, oh, well, okay. Bird cheered 40 more bits and made that same face 40 more times. I don't know what that face is, but it is interesting. Craigasm.
I love you, Bird!
45 tiny little Craigasms. So much gasm. Oh. 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 Bait. Okay. Liz just put a bunch of pride flags. Bunch of little pride flags. 10 bits, pride flags. Alright, alright. We're level 3 hype train. That's pretty cool. That's a new record. I still don't know how to properly react to a bunch of people just be like, he has money. I'm like, oh, oh, oh. Money. Alright, fine. Screw these birds. I'm gonna pet this. Now Ina's dancing. Because he's our cheerleader and that's what he does. He dances. He dances and he acts flustered when we go, ara, ara. I'm not good at it like she is though, so I probably sound like a dude. Sorry. I'm duding my best. Alright. We now have an ebonwood tree. We now have a zombie dying in our face. Die, zombie, die. Okay. Well, oh yeah, I need to go see what she built. She built something, she built the house for the dryad. Well, shoot. Alright, I'll set the timer. Liz, start the prediction! Alright, alright, alright. Oh, timer. 5 minutes. There, it's going. It's going. Night train complete at level 3. Hype chest open. I'm spiraling emo. You know what? That is an axolotl spinning into oblivion. That does, in fact, seem to suit me. I won't lie, that one does seem on brand. I'll start the prediction. I got a button, I just boom, and I go boom. There you go. Good luck. Oh, hey, Ina liked my Ara Ara. Yeah, your Ara Ara is better. You actually sound like an anime lady. Yeah, you had like that breathy, like, oh, like, oh, no. I don't get the Ara Ara thing, but I don't mind when you do it. Ina paid me $2 for the RR, by the way. Is this what I have to do? Do I have to be a thirst tuber? Does that get me money? Is that my talent? That makes sense. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my Make Me Squirm stream.
Wow.
Hey, I'm friends with sex workers. I don't mind. Oh, power, you know?
I need more tiki torches.
I'm not at the house, honey.
But you're supposed to be helping.
I'm supposed to be at the house?
Supposed to be helping.
Oh. Oh, everyone believes this time. Despite last time, everyone believes I can do it.
Whoever believes you.
Not swear for the entire time. Even the last time I messed up
Oh,
immediately.
you missed my boom.
Oh.
Out.
Were they?
And jiggling.
You're trying to get me to cuss. Yup.
Bad for you.
Well, you'll just have to send me pictures next time.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fine. Send Ina pictures next time. And then he'll send them to me.
Ina's girlfriend would have a problem.
You think Ina's girlfriend would have a problem with free boobs? I don't know. Ina, would your girlfriend have a problem with free boobs? If they were sent to you? She'd be like, oh, you cheating hoe. Or would she be like, nice? Big difference with me and Kaz. Kaz would be like, you kind of a cheating hoe. And I'd be like, yeah, it's nice. I like that. Those are good titties. We're married, so you think it's good. I'm not sure why that's the distinction, but all right.
Well, what if I told you we're not actually married?
We are not legally married. That is true. Like, maybe Commonwealth at this point. I have to assume. Do you want a frog living with your dryad? You don't care. You don't care. Who are you and what have you done with my wife?
She's busy.
Yes, I do get the bits from people buying extra bingo cards. It goes. I get a percentage. I think the plugin gets 10%, and then Twitch gets their cut, but you still get most of it, or something like that. They do. Pumpkin seeds. I don't do pumpkin seeds.
You can't plant pumpkins in planter boxes
Wasn't planning to.
because the game hates me.
The game hates you. That's the reason. The game crawled out of the screen and was like, hey,
I hate Cassie specifically.
this lady is Garbo. I am mean to her. Because
Look at my garden. It's pretty.
I'll come look at your garden when I'm done murdering everything in the dungeon. Oh, in the jungle. Here you go, because why not? Because Kaz is a baby and it gave us $3 more. Baby, I think I need to moan on stream more often.
Wish the mic was close to the iPhone on stream.
Oh, the timer's done. I'll give it a little bit longer just for fun. Because I started that prediction really late.
You like my dryad house? I thought.
Yeah. Your potted plants and stuff? The deep. Yeah, I need to turn off the Streamlabs source or something. Something's wrong with that. Something's wrong with that, man. It's annoying. I put a frog in her house. She lives with a frog now. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that stupid thing.
I don't think that frog was put down right.
Bonus card, goals, Twitch alerts, chat box, VTuber.
It wasn't.
It's not even up. Why is it making all these noises if it's not even here? Is it just because I have the Streamlabs plugin? Do you guys hear the Streamlabs noises, or is it just me? Is it my OBS making the noise for me? Oh my god.
Frog wasn't put down right and it died.
Okay, so I'm a frog murderer. Okay, I'm a frog murderer. You don't hear the Streamlabs noises. It's just playing for me. Oh, okay, so I keep... Okay, that's comforting. I have the Streamlabs plugin in my OBS. It lets me see Twitch chat, set up certain things in there. It gives me some widget control and stuff. But Twitch has its own alerts that it wanted to take over the Streamlabs stuff from, like, through some app connection.
Perfect power, go! Yay!
Yo, we got a slime friend. Nice, baby. Amazed you had that on you.
I've been waiting.
You've been waiting for slime friend.
Waiting for the magical frog.
Eobon. A sploosh. Cool. So I get them as a desktop source. I do not have desktop audio on because Game Capture can actually, it seems, capture audio from the window itself.
Slime, the slime friend.
So I get the alert still, which is really annoying, and I don't know how to tell it not to do that, but I'll look into it. But you guys don't hear it. And that's all I care about. You guys don't hear it? Fine. Works for me, dog. Interesting. Works for me. Akbar. I went in a cornfield today. I went in a cornfield. I went in a cornfield today and met Akbar. And now everyone gets to wonder what's up with that. Yeah, I never actually looked at his portrait before. All right, I think we've done enough overtime on the no swearing timer. I believe I was strong. No one called me out. I didn't break. So no one loses bits. I don't think anyone wins bits because everyone bet on the same thing, but no one loses bits. So there's that.
Not bits.
Or not bits. Shells. I'm good at nouns. That's right. Predictions are for shells, and if I want bits, I go in the mic and go, oh, fuck. And then someone, like, sims for me. I got a Faycorn. Summon Cenax. I got a fairy that cuts trees for me. Okay. It takes her a while. Do you want her? If you're near the house, she will cause problems, but she is very cute. Like, absolutely stinking adorable little fairy thing. Love. All right. Okay, I gotta be pretty close for her to go off. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put this apple.
Goodbye, rain cloud.
Oh, did you lose one? That's it, baby. You're going to hell. Down the rope you go.
Hello.
Ooh, laughing dog.
Hey there. Do you need to get into the gate? Okay, we'll be right up.
I got to go get our din din. Please wait for a moment. Baby, entertain the chat with your beautiful song.
Hello, chat. Tis I, the Kazos. We are playing Terraria. I am making a garden. I'm currently working on my pumpkin section of the garden.
That's the name of our diatribe.
What?
Yeah. That's funny. That's why that popped in my head. I was just thinking because I found like magic porn in game. This smells like heaven, and I don't know how else to put that. Are these both the same drink?
They're all Diet Coke.
Free?
I got people a meal and it was medium.
Okay.
And a medium.
So you're just acknowledging your wife is God. See how it is. Oh, it's thirsty.
Oh my god, my mouth is so dry.
Mouth dry. Did you get weed today? Did you
What?
find perfectly legal weed today? In case the moderator's listening, like, drug paraphernalia. No, it's legal. It's Oregon. I'm allowed. I'm allowed, and this is an adult stream where adults talk and say things like, fuck. Well, I never actually told Katie I redeemed her thing. Actually, if I don't click, yeah, I'm doing that for the redemptions, you don't lose your shells. It doesn't actually use them until I confirm that I'm doing something with it. I need to find this setting. I tried looking. I don't think it has a turns off music when you click out. I think it just does that. I could be wrong. Sound effects keep playing, which is good. Like AFK. It smells like Safeway. That's what I'm smelling. Here you go.
Oh, that's the medium. I want the large.
Okay. They're kind of warm. These ones feel better, actually. That's all you got was fry? Okay. You said hi, chat, and Bird started dropping the heart emotes, and or that thing's working. Yeah. So she's waggling her butt at you? Bird is waggling your butt at you.
That's a bird.
By waggling her butt?
Mm-hmm.
I can see why you have a thing for it. Okay. No, let's do this way. Liz is dancing. The Limited is like zooming in, assumedly jealous of my delicious food. Oh, she automatically smacks trees so stuff falls out of them. She does very minimal damage to the tree. Like, it'll chop eventually, I think. Or maybe it never chops, it just drops small bits of wood? I don't know. I don't see a crack on it, but she dropped 2 wood off of it, and she made it, like, pop its stuff out of the leaves, so... I'm not complaining. There is a spoon right next to you. On your table. Yee. Girl, I hooked you up. I took care of you, girl. Uh-oh, baby. It's heckin' windy! I guess means we could find kites today? Not that I ever get them. Just sad, because if you want kites on anything, Skyblock seems right. Anyway, let's go underground where there is no wind. That was so stupid. 154 fall damage. I'm cool. Ugh. My bones. Oh, it's spreading, dogs. It's spreading. Bit by bit. Gotta start accruing Katie her 300 mushrooms so she can have her summon. Gotta give my wife her treats, because I love my wife and I want her to be happy. Macaw. Are you sorting blocks right now?
Oh, I'm in the animal chest.
Oh. Oh, there we go. I just couldn't get in. New toy. That's right, I got a single rotten chunk. You proud of me? Damn right. Look at that cat. The cats have portraits too. I wonder how many they had to draw. Oh.
Here you go.
That's going to be a good wiki page. Can you shimmer the animals?
I know you can shimmer the gem animals.
I mean, like NPCs.
Yes.
Does it change them?
I don't know.
Did you see I planted delicious pumpkins?
Why are you taking over my job?
I'm not. I just put pumpkins where the bunnies live. Girl, I didn't take over shit. I'm fine. Yeah, your grass in the graveyard is not spreading, and I don't know why. It must just stop growth spread. It seems weird. Well, I don't remember it doing that. But...
Here you go.
What? Oh. The itch is scratched. Huh?
I wasn't that hungry.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We're now chatting while I farm slimes. Holding on a mouse button with one hand and eating French fries with the other. How you doing? How's our night? It's almost 10 p.m. here, which means for some of you, it's technically tomorrow. Actually, I think for almost all of you, except Liz, I believe is at work. Watching me like a good little anti-capitalist, and then giving me money. Which I don't really have any judgment of. I just think that's funny. Thanks for helping pay for dinner, babes. Ross is now playing Mega Ball. 1 a.m. for you, Ina? Are you sure little boys should be up this late?
Little boy. The way he fucks me.
Wow.
Doubt they can hear that.
Oh, they probably can.
No, we can't.
Could we all hear Kaji say, little boy, not with the way he fucks me?
What? Take the way all things to normalcy. Bye-bye, McCall.
He didn't start key smashing, so.
Yeah, see?
He did say, Mommy?
No.
Why no?
That's gross.
Mm. He's now crying. He wants to call you mommy really bad.
Make me one then, bitch.
Make you one? You heard her. Pray to your goddess and get on it, bud. There it is. There's the key smash. Ooh, and it activated. That's basically my activated, but not. I think it's the guy from One Shot. I'm not sure. Limited is like, oh my. And see, this is why you don't let Streamlabs mod. Because it would have filtered out half of that and then deleted his messages. That's what we've learned.
Everybody just needs a chance to see Ina go nuts.
It's fun to see Ina go nuts. Liz says, oh, I see. What are we seeing now, Liz? The context is just in the middle of things enough I'm not sure anymore. Quick, using my keyboard to save the snail. Back to french fries. I'm low-key farming dirt and stuff. Just get more blocks. Well, that's how it is. Gotta make Cassie a mommy. Are you getting jealous of Ina? Is there jealousy in the polycule? The mostly fictional polycule? Are we all gonna fight over my wife?
Why are we fighting over the wife?
I don't know, but it is kind of fun.
Kind of hot.
Yeah. Are we all fighting over the wife? Is this gonna be like actual combat, or is this gonna be like Dive's idea of combat where it's like sexy wrestling or whatever?
Wouldn't it be some sexy?
Where you're like trying to make each other submit and then impregnate or whatever the hell. Like, I know Ina would be into that, but I know some of you decidedly wouldn't. And this is why I say being a smut artist is equivalent to being a sex worker. Now she says this is fine. I can't get the vibe on Liz right now. Oh, I see. That's how it is. This is fine. Alright. Alright. We'll just have to wrestle Liz too, I guess. I don't know. Man. Yeah, I kind of feel like if any of our friends could kick my ass, it might be her, but... yeah, whatever. I don't think Liz knows the vibe right now, quotes Liz. Liz is talking in the third person, and I'm afraid the boy is in the room, and she's embarrassed and confused. Constant loot is just my brain. That yellow guy's got a potion. Don't do it, Mr. Mouse. Don't do it. He did it, guys. What if I killed all suspense and just like, this is all you can see. This is all you can see now. What will happen? I don't think I got ranch. I have ranch. I don't think they gave me ranch. Well. He got his shot. I like to think that means that you just, like, assailed him somehow. He got his I'm sick of your shit button. Almost perfect. That's unheard of. Don't jinx it. I'm sorry I'm not working on scabs, which would make your night totally perfect.
Oh, you're gonna work on scabs after then?
It's 10 o'clock on an early night.
Oh, it's an early day. Yeah.
Why are you that excited about it? Point being, in about 2 hours, I have to be quiet as a mouse, or be ushered into the silence of the back room. Yes, it does mean penance is tomorrow. I'm facing a slight conflict here. Don't know how to eat the tendies without both hands. Without both hands. Oh, because one has to be used to dip the ranch. The other has to be used to eat the tendy.
From the ball.
Well, no, ew. No. Oh, that's rough. I can see why you're calling him your evil husband right now. She said her day was almost perfect. The immediate area of improvement is that evil husband said he would buy me Chinese food for lunch and then didn't. which resulted in me having no lunch and 2 dinners. We call that making up for lost time. I don't want to walk away when the slimes have treats. Oh, not an explosive. Okay, okay, get me up, get me up, get me up. Oh no! You guys like that I mapped my zoom in and out buttons to something that makes sense to me, so I actually do it sometimes now? You know you can do that? You just do like, hey yo! Hey yo! I like it kind of close, because I have terrible eyesight, and I like pixel art, so... The more Super Nintendo we can get this thing, the better, I guess. I'm whipping now. I didn't realize I was whipping until I was whipping. It does.
Did you ever give me lava?
No, I set up that whole farm down there and then died horribly. Or did we forget the dying horribly part? Those pumpkins got big. Hanging out in town. He brought Chinese food home for his lunch 10 minutes after I finished my breakfast. So he brought Chinese food home for what he considered lunch, thinking he did a good job, and you disagreed. Is that about right?
That is evil husband. Why don't you share, evil husband?
I mean, he might have tried to share, but she just ate. So, I don't know. I don't know his side of the story.
Must be on Liz's side. Money.
It's true. Liz does give me money. Do you want me to kill him? My loyalty can't be bought. Would you like me to murder your cheating asshole Chinese food hoarding husband, who probably is fucking the weed right now? Ah. Hooking it up with his real girlfriend, Mary Jane. I'm a good influence. Oh, McDonald's chicken tendies. Hi, baby. Nice mad scientist vibe you're giving off. Now, when you teleported in, I thought I had to kill Tim. I was like, oh, shit.
I remember that remark.
The wizard. Okay, I'm sorry.
You should be.
That slut
Why
is...
did you put a bunny out?
Because I thought it would look cool with the pumpkins. I don't know. That slut is either playing a game or asleep. Now, here's the thing. I am friends with you on Steam. I can look. He's not playing a game. Solve that for you. Unless it's not on Steam. But based on what I see on Steam, your husband's in the Marvel Rivals lately. And some other thing.
Okay, so what's our next path?
Our next path. Well, it's gathering dirt to help expand the corruption, but... Let me think. Expanding the corruption gives us a chance to farm for worm teeth, technically, which would allow us to, well, that and rotten chunks, to try and fight the Eater of Worlds, if we wanted. He's not necessary, strictly, but he is a great source of demonite. We can also trade in lenses and just start farming the eye. Not now, because it's almost the end of night. And I'm still eating. But,
Where's our corruption?
left. It's very obvious. I also have, like, 68 dirt on me that I need to put over there. So maybe
I have 460.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm helping. That was satisfactory. I mostly just know it for the song Weevil sings. I don't know if I'd even enjoy it. Me and automation games kind of go one of two ways. It's either the forager route where I completely lose my mind and my time, or it's Factorial where I'm deeply disinterested.
I don't know what you're doing over here, so I'm just gonna give you the dirt.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was that intimidating.
Oh.
You don't like my island? Why do you suck?
I suck at the bio.
I just like building biomes. I don't know. I don't mean you suck.
I built a little jungle terrarium.
Mm-hmm.
For my frogs.
For your frogs. As you should.
This star just beat you in the head.
Yeah, well. Never played Factorio, and that level of automation just doesn't seem very my thing. I could be wrong. It could end up being the most addicting game in the world if I ever touched it. I just don't think it will be. Where is the dirt? There it is. I hate conveyor belts. I don't have that strong of feelings about it. Okay, yeah, she just chops this tree forever and generates wood. It never chops the tree down, it seems.
You show off my garden yet?
I don't know if I showed off your garden. I've been near it.
Come look at my pretty garden. I worked hard on it.
What happens is eventually my game can't handle how disorganized things are. Yeah, that's fair. Eventually she gets tired of chopping the tree and stops. Okay. So, I don't know, what was the one? The Nova Lands that Humble Choice gave us? I liked that one. It at least kind of ends better than Factorio. Like, it's like got a something resembling, excuse me, an ending. I got fucking hiccups again. Doesn't quite leave you hanging as bad. But it's, you know, also it's like it's automation better. It's kind of tedious at the end. I think most of my ending time was spent waiting on like 2 items to forge. Because it just took forever for them to finish. Okay, I have to make a bridge for the grass or it won't. There we go. Bridge for the grass. The grass can now spread appropriately and figure it out from there. But, I like Nova Lands. I got sick of Nova Lands at some point. I don't know if I did everything off the top of my head. I know I did a lot. There's some stuff that's just like, you want to do this for the hell of it? I was like, nah.
We're lagging real bad. Oh, he's playing Marvel Rivals.
Oh, he's playing Marvel Rivals now. Never mind, your husband is now playing Marvel Rivals. Live report, Mason report.
Mason doesn't like us because I know he has a Discord.
He has a Discord?
He does.
Oh.
Deanna talks to him on Discord all the time.
Oh.
He doesn't like us anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely not his social anxiety. Mason hates us.
Mason hates us.
Good night, bird.
Good night, bird. I love you.
My wife loves you. Don't forget to kiss goodnight.
Kissy, kissy, bird.
I hope this makes Solar so jealous that he gives you all the attention. That's the happy couple special right there. Fairy lady, you're kind of in my way. Yeah, she said, love you. He barely talks to me on Discord, Deanna says. What I've seen, Mason mostly just wants to text shit post once in a while, and that's
That's what our server is.
That's what our server. You're saying he needs to come in our server and
That's what I do.
he needs to come in our server and shit post.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I work and I post once in a while.
When I'm watching TikTok over your shoulder, and go, oh, so and so would love that.
Like, I am not a good person at all.
You have your own social stuff going on.
I get anxious.
I know.
I don't trust people.
Well, that's the same thing like Manny, and I think Mason has social anxiety real bad too, or something too. So I get it. I'm not trying to push anyone into being my little sloot. Presently.
How much health do you have? I have 400.
320.
Okay, I'm gonna go farm hard, Chris.
Okay, I have made a spot for all the corrupt grass to spread forever. Now I have earned my other chicken strips. I am a good girl. Everyone knows I'm a good girl. They want to give me 10,000 girl points to be the best girl who's ever girled.
Shit. Forgot.
What?
I bought a bunch of grass seeds so I could spread the grass in the graveyard. I forgot.
You fool!
It's Ladybug Day. Watch your fucking self. Holy crap.
What?
There's so many of them. There's so many! He's really trying to play Marvel Rivals.
Marvel Rivals is refusing him.
Do you think it's because it's down here?
Oh,
Because, like, I'm not seeing any growth at all.
maybe.
I think...
Maybe grass doesn't like growing underground? Okay. Well, then we gotta change our graveyard plan, I guess.
You have any dirt left?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I have 349 dirt. I was harvesting palm wood. It's working shockingly well. I stand by this tree, she just kind of generates wood from the tree. It's sort of fascinating. Like, the range isn't great, but she'll do it. Hi. Here's your dirt. I have 17 palm wood already.
Ow. I'm gonna build it between the jungle and us.
Perfect. There's a big stretch of dirt there with grass already. Yeah, so you can just kind of like add some texture to that if you'd like. Or you can make it underneath where my vine farm is. I don't know. I was using the plant fiber. I still have plant fiber cordage. I was using plant fiber cordage to get us crap ton rope. But we already have rope to hell. And we keep getting more normal rope, so I don't think we need crap ton vine rope. Outside of decorative purposes, ergo me spamming it all over the bridge at the pond. Because what else am I going to do with it? Huh. Did a hype train, so now some people have a choo-choo train on their name.
Oh, look, it's actually spawning zombies like it should.
Maybe Graveyard just doesn't work underground at all.
Oh, we could get maggots on it.
Yeah, a lot of things.
Yeah, like the graveyard literally is supposed to act at nighttime. Oh, ravens! We're getting ravens.
Nighttime, unique monster spawns, unique NPC sales, unique crafting.
I got Abigail's flower.
Nice. There's a bunch of stuff you could only get in a graveyard with crafting. Welcome. You now have a summon.
You're welcome. I was the one that did all the work.
I said welcome, not you're welcome. Do not make me the villain. It is I who will vill you. for tendies. Hey, I'm gonna poop so bad. Okay.
I bought you 2 boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Eating my dinner because I wasn't hungry.
Oh, so you're saying I'm the Mason of this relationship?
Yeah.
That checks out. You're the one that does the weed.
Rarely in for pain management.
And you're more into roleplay. The hobby, not the fetish. I don't know Mason's fetishes. He has not exposed himself to me.
I miss Mason.
Yeah.
Make Mason DM for us again.
You don't know Mason's DM? Okay, wait a minute. You don't know what your husband's into? Okay, you gotta get him in the server. I'll figure him out. We'll take fucking notes. I will figure him out. Get him somewhere in a shared space where he's allowed to, like, boobs. We'll solve it. We'll solve this shit. And he'll get so used to gay stuff. He's into you. That's fair. That's fair. But is he into lumberjanes? This is important for your future threesome prospects. Solving your husband like a puzzle. Applying my talent to make my friends have better sex lives. I guess that's what I'm doing with my life. I don't know. And Ari, do you need me to solve your girlfriend? Probably not. I have more chicken. I'm very hungry.
Mila. Hold it. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Whatever my little throat.
Yeah, they're a little cold, but
Here.
I like them. Wow, did you spit it back out?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Do not like bad taste, bad touch. Bad tongue touch.
Ina's girlfriend is still not used to lewd art. That's fair. Some people are like, hey, that's weird. Why would you be into cartoons and stuff? And other people are like, ooh. I grew up on anime, and titties in anime are nice. Kind of part of it, I think. What grew up as normal. What you considered normal as a child will impact your normal as an adult. And once you have a normal, it's hard to change the normal. That's just life. It's not that you can't. Look at my ass. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm over here dressed like Miracle from Star Ocean. With titties and stuff. Like, compare this to how I was presenting myself 10 years ago. You can change.
You on your voice presentation.
I probably could work on my voice presentation. Do you want me to work on my voice presentation?
Yeah.
You think I need to work on that?
Yes, I do.
You heard Jam and thought, oh my god, Jam's so cute one time. And now I need to match that?
Saying, yo.
I know. I know.
You want to present.
That's true.
You need to do the work.
Uh-huh. See, I don't want to pry anyone's stuff. Did they resprite Abigail? Did they resprite Abigail? She looks different. Your ghost. Yeah, they resprite it a lot. Like, almost everything got some kind of touch-up.
I wish the gold animals would drop gold when they were in by.
Interesting. You want them to poop money?
I want them to poop money.
I want them to poop money. Well, first you have to feed them, and then they can poop. I mean, I know
that'd
we
be
can
so
poop.
Cool. I want to feed the animals so they poop.
We still haven't made a toilet to make fertilizer, and I hate that we need a bathroom somewhere. Just unless we're just gonna poop outside. Are we gonna make an outhouse? Just outhouse between these two trees, just pooping right outside. Excuse me.
That was nasty.
Yeah. Nobody in real life knows what I like. You'd have to pry any details of my personal life out in a place like Abu Ghraib. I don't know what that is.
What is it?
Delimited. I remember right, Delimited also has like a pretty serious security regimen for their home computer and all that. They take their privacy very seriously. Unlike my dumbass, broadcasting myself all the time and screaming gender at the sky. So, we all different. If you can protect your privacy, do it. I got no. I just learned things about people through the prospect of my business. It comes naturally with the territory.
Limited on our server?
I do not think Delimited is, if they're on the server, they're a lurker. They might be happy that way. I think they also said they have a different name everywhere. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of. So. Yeah, taking it very seriously. Not like me with like the same username anywhere I can get it. Actually, I have two right now, and I have a third one that I used to use that is still used for like new rounds and old accounts like that. Oh, that's a bummer. Abu Ghraib was a prison in Iraq where the U.S. and CIA tortured people.
Okay.
Yo, we're gonna fight in the Chinese restaurant parking lot?
Why do we know that this was a place in Iraq that people tortured?
Because he referenced it. And I was like, I don't know what that is. He did. I don't use Discord as the application is basically spyware. Fair enough. So no, probably not in the server. Probably like Blue Sky or something, but yeah. Yeah.
You have a flaming mace yet?
Yes. I've been using it excessively. I use Discord to contain my community in a place that is not spread across 6,000 different apps, but at the same time, I'm not married to it. It's just convenient. I also have my own forums set up as a plan B, but most people don't want to use that regularly. It's not as easy as having something that's just constantly open on your desktop or whatever.
Slime wall. I'm struggling to make slime wall.
You should be able to make slime walls just at a workbench, out of slime blocks.
Yeah, I'm not able to.
Your solidifier is really far from your workbench.
Solidifier, you don't need solidifier to make slime wall.
Yes, but you need solidifier to make slime block.
But I have slime block on me.
Yes, so are you by a workbench?
I was.
Should work. I don't know. It's right there. Want me to make you some wall?
You made me some slime wall?
Sure, man. Give me your blocks. How much wall would you like?
Fill that room?
Let me search for the word wall. About 220. Hope that works. I see. I invited Mason to come say hi to my cooking Discord friends, and he never did. I think Mason might be one of the few people more antisocial than I am. Huh? Me.
You're not antisocial at all.
Eh,
Look, I built a shower in our bathroom.
nice. Now we just need ecto paint. We can blend it in. Hmm? Ecto paint, you could hide the rain clouds and then put something for the wall that looks like a shower head or something. Tile the back. You could tweak it. I've gotten real into ecto paint. We watched that one guy build his forest and use it for like fog machines and shit. I was like, oh my god, I've unlocked. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, it could also just be maybe he's just not into text.
You pull your pants down on a toilet now.
Cute. Right, maybe Mason's just not a typer, man. Night, Dana. Sorry it got kind of slow here at the moment. I'm just chatting and eating my chicken. I'm on the last tendy. Then, I don't know what's next. Get some nice sleep. Dream of us. One on each side of you. Each of us whispering aura in his separate ear.
You can extractinate poo.
Nice.
And you get dirt.
Hey, baby, say aura once.
Oh,
I don't know. There you go, Ina. There's your whole...
what am I doing with the poo again?
I don't know. I thought you used to make fertilizer. Ask the guy.
Hey, guy, come look at my poo.
What the hell is that emote?
Need bone and silt.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Where the hell do you get silt in this setup?
Bone and ash.
See, I thought lava slimes might drop ash, or there'd be ash slimes or something. No luck.
No.
Night. I think you just make standard called fertilizer, new item fertilizer. Ew, baby. Ew. 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 Ew, I was eating. Ew. It squelches. Ah! It squelches! That's so nasty.
I built your bathroom.
Great. Awesome. Why is it squelch? How'd you miss that bad? I have to go splash my face. I have to go wash away the sin. Melodramatic screaming. My lady! You're nasty! I love you. You hurt me yet. I like how our bathroom has the highest ceiling in the house. You shut up. You shut up. Here, do something with this. Here, do something with this. Excuse me. I'm disgusting. I will now go to the depths of hell.
Go give me lava.
Oh.
All right, I was gonna finish the seeds. I finished the graveyard. I finished the pumpkin. Now I'm gonna go farm you heart crystals.
I don't even know what level you do that on. I think it's down in the middle, right? Bottom one and middle one, I think, are the
Bottom one is
same.
too low.
Really? Oh, they were technically the same layer. All right. What's a bitch gotta do for some ash around here? For some ash around here? For some ash? That sounds like I'm asking for something else. One lava bucket. Oh, God. Hey, that's working
Yeah,
though.
you give me obsidian and I'll make the desert. That's what I want to do.
You want to make the desert?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh! I love the new imp sprites.
They haven't changed.
Though they have significantly. Like, they did not used to be cute and animated. They have little wagging tails now and stuff. They're adorable. I love it. Thank you. You're adorable. No, you're beautiful! Dead again. Whoa! Did you know if you grapple straight down with a fucking slime mount, you go for a party? So I just bonk. Bonk. There's a lava snail. If I can do anything with that information. A lava bug. Got a bone snake swirling around down here. Did they drop anything?
Right.
Well, he just descended into hell, so he's gone. I wish this had the Minecraft style subtitle thing. I love that. I think that thing's great. You know what I'm talking about? Well, no, the thing that just tells you what's happening in what direction. I'm never sure if I hear things or not. I've got the game's volume.
Oh, that's not fair, game. You can't summon a mimic and nip at me at the same time.
It can and it has.
Bitch. Die, motherfucker.
Really prefer not to die.
How long have we been playing?
This says 3 hours and 9 minutes.
Oh, well, isn't that what you wanted? Is longer stream?
Yes! I'm not in a great spot for talking. I'm literally in hell. Oh, there's some lava. There's some lava for baby girl.
Can you put the marble biome somewhere else?
Not easily, but I understand your concerns. You tried walking further to the left.
There isn't anywhere to the left.
Oh, we can fix that. Oh, God. They're coming. They're coming. Not yet, sweetheart. Oh, God, I'm on fire.
Oh,
Hello, hello,
I
hello.
can't. Stress ball.
What? What do you mean you can get low?
Got a stress ball.
I'm dead.
Continuously use some items when not moving, not functional when it is.
Ah. I don't know. Maybe it looks...
Whoa!
What?
I can just sit here and farm with my I don't even have to do anything.
Oh.
I'm
Well.
just swinging my fucking sword if I just don't move.
Is Purple Emperor good? I got 36 lava buckets.
Make me obsidian.
Okay, but usually it's Yuri that asks for that. What? Said usually it's Yuri that asks for that. Well, that's destroying that bridge. Bye, bridge. I'm on fire. I'm in danger. Hey, we should probably not bury ourselves under a wall of rock. Seems like a waking nightmare. This is not working well. Nom nom nom! Fire! Maybe? I think you made the lava, the water too high. not even going down, hardly.
I don't like the stress ball.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Stay on the stress ball.
It's like automatic. Like you literally put it on and you don't have to do anything as long as you don't move it.
But only when you're not moving specifically, huh?
It doesn't work on the net though,
That's fair.
but it works on bows, whips, sickle, hammer, sword.
That's cool.
Farm and marksman. Burn. Kick my ass. I don't like them at all.
A waking nightmare like in real life.
You literally turned my favorite farming spot into a hellhole.
Okay, calm down.
Oh, ruined it.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no.
Yes, you did.
Nah.
Ruined it.
Oh my god. See what you got. Let's see here. Ooh. I can get you your summon gear. No, I can't. Specifically want scales. We don't get scales once we fight the guy, do we? Obsidian.
Abigail, do your job, bitch.
Immunity to fire blocks is not quite what I was hoping for. Damage for touching lava. That, on the other hand, is... What?
Building a bridge down here.
Uh-huh.
Go further to the left, so I don't have to worry about the gladiators.
Do you want me to cover you for a
I
minute?
almost built the bridge out of marble.
What?
But no, not marble. Joke. That's why it's
Oh,
funny.
baby girl. I'm coming.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Chosen one! I'm coming! I'm coming! Chosen one! If I just stand here, I think it'll stop them from spawning. Because I have to spawn off anyone's screen. Look at all that. Chosen one!
You know, I got drinks
Uh-huh.
for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the one drinking them.
Happens sometimes, baby.
I'm a monster.
Kate, I've got soda. I'm good for now. If I'm like, I need that other one, I'll let you know. If I'm like, you know what I want to do? Pee all night, I'll let you know.
I have a bigger bladder than you do.
Yes, you do. Is this really something we want to argue about? Is this an Olympic sport now? The Holden Olympics? Compass. Guarding compass. Helping. I also got their hat. There's the money. You can have it.
Good, I did most of the damage.
I know. Trying to start a fight. I was trying to be like, here you go. No. Right, turn on PvP.
Beat your ass.
You probably would. You have a summon now. Hey, Nick. I was helping cover your ass.
I beat you. That has a far range on it, though.
Yeah, it rules. Got a guarding cloud in the bomb. for sure. Like, this thing's good. The only downside is that long windup, and even that you can use for you. Like, if you're baiting a boss and it, like, moves into this, it takes the damage while it's sitting there. Damage over time while something's touching it. It's extremely useful. Especially right now, because it is a lot of damage.
Hey, where are you?
In the marble, trying to make sure things don't spawn that hurt you. Thanks. Did you get a second stress ball?
No, I gave you the one I got.
Why?
Also gave you no heart crystal.
I can use that. Oh, hey, the guy's here. He is not selling the cool healing potion for his allies. Well, strange brews are not for sale. Bummeroo, man. Bummeroo. Down I fucking go. Ouch, my tits! What? What?
Oh, so I thought I had 89 arrows. I'm like, I'm running out of arrows.
What'd you have? 890?
890.
Yeah, that sounds more accurate. Alright. Oh, good! Beelzebub's got the Mark of Doom. I was just thinking, you know what I want to accidentally summon today? Do not. And we're getting a lot of voodoo dolls. Alright, you. Fight, scythe fight, scythe fight! Oh, the lava bats are like translucent now. Oh, this is a bad place to be. This is the bad place. This is the bad place. This is the baddest place. No, thank you. Fuck off. Bye. I'm in danger. I am so down for farming that fucking eye, baby.
You can make a poo boulder.
Great! Hey, do you want a demon scythe? I just got another one. It's masterful. Ooh. On celestial, masterful. 14, 14, 5. Better in every way. Swapsies. Okay, that was shit. Oh no! 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 Oh, it's gonna kill me. Oh, I need it. Okay. I stopped the apocalypse. Shit. Sorry, there was a voodoo doll, like, in shallow lava. It's like, oh no! You heard many sounds out of me, and now you know why. This sucks. Okay. Oh! Oh! Leave me alone, Satan! Ah! No! Be gone! Vile creatures! Okay, where's my... There's my mirror. Fucking damn. Okay. Hi, where are you? Oh, come here.
Platforms.
Okay.
Why? What's up?
'Cause I had things if you wanted them. Would you like your own demon scythe spellbook?
Sure.
Where are you?
I'm at the first drop off.
Oh. Hello. I brought you a present. There you go. There's the big murder gun. I love you. I'm gonna go cry. It was very stressful to only walk out with, well, 17 lava. I got 17 lava. I'm on fire again.
I put piggy banks at both of our the first and second drop off. So you can easily just deposit your money.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just thought that was.
It kind of is. And that's why you thought it was taboo.
Taking one and putting it down at the third drop.
Falling star just harvested my pumpkin. It's raining. It's raining now.
Buckets, wait, yeah.
The buckets are busy. Buckets are quite busy. I'm doing the best I can. Hallelujah! Two to go. 1, 2. Okay, give me my buckets. Where's my buckets? Throw out my buckets. Harvest this crap. Slowly getting low enough that I don't have to burn the entire bridge down every time I try to fix it. Slowly. Bunch of water. Not entirely sure what I want to do with it, but it's there. Cannot make a compound thing yet, so just do that. Go down to our gear. Gear's getting quite full. Excuse me. Okay. Get the obsidian. Oh no, we need to farm the obsidian.
Oh, Tim.
Kill him. Good Lord. Okay. Evil place. Full of evil. There's a maggot on the ground.
Woo!
Team Hummer. Wow. Yeah, there's like nothing to do with all this water. Okay.
Who's died? My slime hook.
Bees! This is your life. Are you eaten by the bees? Riveting each day with thorough ease. When I was younger, there were so many gosh dang bees. Doo, 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 doo.
I should give you the wizard hat so you can wear it with more mana than I do.
Excuse me? Wait.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. We have a jungle pylon. Apparently, they're much easier to get and use in Skyblock.
No, we have two villagers because we have the slime and the dryad.
You right. I thought it took 3.
No,
Tango. Want a kiss? Killing this guy. Doo-doo-doo. Killing this guy. Doo-doo-doo. And killing that guy. Doo-doo-doo. We're killing some guys. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We're killing more guys than you've ever seen. Cause killing all the guys is what we've been doing. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Killing a guy. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We gotta kill some dudes. Yeah, we're killing some guys. The guy is dead. I cut off his head. And then I stabbed out his eyes. His eyes that could fly. Didn't see that guy. I was looking at chat. See if anyone talked. That one I have no excuse. I just kind of walked into that guy. I'm a dummy. Yeah. I walked into guys. What's up, girl? Ominous. Wow, like I've never seen a full moon. I always pass out when one's around, it feels like. Yep, we can now warp to the jungle. For whatever that's worth, we have begun our pylon network. And fought the eyeball. That's good. That's 2 things. That's 2 things today. Look at us go. We're getting stronger. Farther. 100 granite golems. $90 sand. 90 sand. It's a start. Sell. Link root seeds. Remember, we're 68 silver. That ain't bad. Put in here though, because baby like it when I give her stiff. Got you link root seeds, darling. I put it in the garden box. I was just saying I got you, Sonny. Girl. I love you. Splat. Gotta put that off as long as possible, didn't I? Jeez, I saw those particles. Oh, look, more blink root. Nice. Them roots be blinking. Okay. Try to just expand this, I guess. Pumpkin pie. I thought it was a piece of pizza you could walk on. Holy crap. Mod, 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 mod. Mod, mod, mod. Mod, 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 mod. Grass is spreading. I'm going to reorganize this a little bit. Get a bit more room to grow and breathe. A step at a time. This water, where to go? Here. Raise this up just a teeny bit. Something. Oh. Stone is good to get. Let's grab that. A jellyfish necklace. No adjustments to it. Did you farm glowing mushroom if I just sit here long enough, lady? Curiosity dictates I find out. What's with the bruh? I just noticed the bruh. Yeah, what's in a blue moon? So I could slowly farm up 300 glowing mushroom for you. Berry. Well, penis balls. What do you think about that? Yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay.
Making slurp sound.
Yeah, I like slurping. I'm a slurpy, thirsty bitch. Every day I'm slurpling. There are so many slimes.
I think you need slime block, not skyblock.
Honestly. Feels that way. In that franchise.
Hamtaro.
Yes, correct. You win $2 million. Just as soon as I find some. Any day now. All right, I got a nice little dent tonight. A treat. Ina's now our top bits donator for the month.
Who is?
Ina. Liz is not number one. See how that lasts. Liz really likes being number one. I think she just likes fighting. That's definitely all it is. Just fighting. Hey, stop doing that.
Lightning and thundering outside.
Okay, so what you're saying is thunder and lightning very, very frightening you? Baby, are you scared? Yeah, I'll hold you. I'll keep you safe.
Here.
Where is you? Whoa. What are you wearing?
You need a flower.
Here. Where'd I put it? I have another one. Yeah. And that way lava won't kill you dead! I just got this. Sketty!
Oh, and these.
Everyone's dying. What? Nice, thank you. I'm full now.
You're full now?
Yeah. I'll look something up. Terraria, Georgia Cola. Where there's something.
Trash.
Yes, but I thought there was something new with it. Can be placed on a plate. Well, if it's within the inventory when near the Dryad, she will comment on it when the player interacts with her. You have the item held, the player will be prompted to give the Joja Cola to the Dryad to purify it, which will trigger a sequence.
Let's go to the
Oh my god! No, you want to do that. Okay, come on. We're going to see the Dryad. I read what it does. You want that. You specifically are going to want that. Oh, hold on. Whee! Wait, where'd I put it? Oh, it's in my piggy bank. I gotta go get that from my piggy bank. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll bring you Joji Coley. This is important. This is important. Okay, here we go. You gotta tell me what she says. Unless you want me to read it so people can see it streamed.
I'll tell you what she said.
Okay, you need to have it held in your hand like this. So literally put it in your hotbar and then talk to her with it in your hand.
The unnatural beverage you hold has a connection to another world. I can try to purify it if you like. Purify.
Yes.
I'm sensing a pure spirit through the connection. It wants to thank you for disposing
Look at that.
of the Joja Cola. Hey. Aww.
That's yours.
Star drop.
It's a pet.
Oh, I get a gem!
Yes, you do. I thought that would make you very happy.
Oh my god! You can have Bimbo.
Okay, I'll take Spitbo. I'll put them in a collection. We need to start making some sort of, like, storage shit for our stuff.
I get a gem! He's so cute!
Glad you like it, baby.
Look at how he runs!
I can't. You
Oh my god! Oh
I'm
my
coming.
god!
I'm coming. Okay, show.
Look at how he runs.
That is pretty fun.
How are you running with this? Oh, you have the sailfish boots.
Yeah.
Look at how he runs. He's so cute.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Are you glad I had that notion? I knew it was something. I forget where I saw that, but I knew it was something.
Oh my god,
I haven't read the sequence. I just do something to do with the dryad in that.
You're so cute. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. Putting my spaghetti.
Spaghetti!
Steak.
Just a second house. A house to house. We can't even make a dresser yet. Why can't I make a dresser? I must be missing something. One step at a time. Let's go check on our things. I got you some sand. I am working on it. I apparently stacked the empty buckets and not the wet ones. I was trying to throw the empty buckets so they'd get water in it. Oh.
I have 31 empty buckets.
Shit.
Or 31 water buckets.
Okay. I was just gonna take those down.
Move!
Bitch, get out the way! Get out the way, bitch! Get out the way!
Move, people! I'm gonna build a fucking wall between you and the chest.
Build the wall!
I'm doing it! Because this is annoying as fuck.
It's fun.
No! Go back!
For free!
No, Eugene, I don't want to talk to you. Move!
Hello, my name is Eugene. Apparently I could reference just about fucking anything at any time. Along I had a little pile of change of every sort. The lady counts it up and says,
Well, she
still
got, like,
about
options to put them in,
$1.
like, fucking the villager.
You want to put them in villager...
Minecraft.
You want to put them in villager cages like Chris does.
Oh. I don't want to, but they're...
Well, we also have a lot of them in one area, so we do gotta... I was thinking it's about time to make an underground city. Because we have the demolitionist, right?
Yeah.
And who else likes it down here?
Demolitionist?
Bartender, the...
Wait, I don't know how to get the bartender.
Oh, usually you find him underground, but...
No, you find him above ground.
Really?
Like, hanging out on the surface, passed out.
Huh. Well, his day will come then. Our above ground is pretty straightforward. Why I'm doing this. Fun? Doing it for fun? Down, 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 down,
That's not the
down.
lyric.
I know, but it is what I'm doing. There's no goblins down here. I don't want to get hopes up. If there were goblins, we could find the goblin. See my problem? Cobweb on our thing. Ooh, funny. Nothing is good. Everything hurts. Ow, my body. Ow, my body. Nothing is good. This is the wrong button. I just dumped water. I meant to cast my spell.
You have the rest of the buckets?
Yes.
Okay,
But instead, I just made a big wet spot.
The orbs.
Cast my spell all over. Okay.
Take a look in a book. That's my bucket. Okay, I need oh, sand. Around is my time.
Working on it. Oh, don't be a bastard. Go away. Don't be a piece of shit.
Thank you for the demon sight, but I don't want it.
Okay. Milo, what do you need, my love? My beloved child, my whiny little shit. What?
Hey.
Hey,
He wants your attention.
where are you? I keep hearing you. Why are you down there? Why are you hiding under my feet? I don't like that at all. Don't hide under my feet. Don't break my butt. Stop it. Evil creatures from the depths of heck. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm burning alive! Oh, no. Everything's bad. Well. Yeah, I can't do that alone. I know you think I'm better at it than you. I'm really not. I am trying to get stuff, and I'm just getting my ass beat. There's way too much going on. Milo James. What do you need, love? Yeah? You're very upset. Can I help you? What, dear?
Not that we're building our desert between eruptions, so I built it at all left. Eruption.
It's not ideal. But that's not ideal. Sorry, baby. Forgive me my sins. I will proceed to shit my pants for you. Messy. Milo. Yeah. Okay, he wants something. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm going. I'll look. I died. You just want to be looked at. You just want to be affectionated upon. Yeah. Yes, you are very cute. Oh, yes. Lick your paw. Lick your paw. Put on a little show. Put on a little show. Very adorable. Very cute. If you look that way, being cute. Are you the boy?
Because I'm a fucking cactus.
Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. We'll help you. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Give me chicken for him?
Nah, I gave him none.
Why don't you go give him a CAN?
I'm coming to help you with my axe. Hi. Where would you like me chopping, baby?
I wanted to do a double layer of sand.
I'm doing my best. I did come bringing you 10 more. I fear it is something of a process. Very difficult to harvest this thing. Well, at the moment, I mean, if we get enough, again, we get those ant lions that just spit it. And then sand generates itself. At the moment, no. And also, hell is very difficult to survive, and that's the actual problem. If you weren't such a bitch to live down there, I'd have plenty for you. I have tons of buckets.
You need help?
Yes! I said that blatantly.
So let's go.
I very blatantly said I can't do it alone.
Oh!
No! You landed on your workbench. Because it's a platform you can stand on. I'm
Clapping.
Oh, it's just very funny. Are you ready? Whee! Viscera. Just, oh, she's in chunks.
Yeah, laugh it up.
This is my wife. I call her Puddin'. Oh, did you not see me being melted, shattered, blown to pieces? The rope the rest of the way down has burnt away. It is gone. Like, it is so easy to die in here. Yeah. Incredibly easy to die in here. A lottie coming. No. Oh. Do you see the issue? Now what, bitch? No. Mother. Using the water was stupid. I don't know why I did that. We're never getting that. It's gone. Oh, I'm on fire again. Shit's scary, man. Shit, there's a spitting animation. Love it. 8+ creatures. 1, 2. Okay, there's my water buckets. God damn. Just in time for Mercy to not be on the menu. Fuck me! Fuck me! Fuck me! Fuck me! Fuck me!
Oh, God.
You might want to leave. You see what I'm saying about we should really farm the eye? We should farm the eye.
Okay, so let's farm the eye.
Well, it's dawn now, so that's out. Unless it's dusk. I'm dumb, but I think it's dawn. Like, we got enough ore to make one piece of armor. So, here's your 22 sand, though. You should make an axe before you leave. You keep replacing the bridge, and I keep laughing about it. Because as long as I'm doing this and the water level's this high, it's gonna keep burning down. Fucking idiot rabbit. That one was my fault. Mr. Rabbit. Oh! Rabbit. I should have left one, because then I would have gotten 2 for 1. That would have been much smarter. I don't know. Silly rabbit. Tricks are for squids. I was just living down there until you died. Dwelling in the hopeless acceptance because there's nothing left in you to do otherwise. Ooh. Feel the agony of your demise. Who wants hot dogs? Alright. Huh, a lot of buzzards over. Hello, I come bearing 16 more sand. You may clap.
You give me the buckets.
I mean, if I'm scooping the lava, it's way easier. The problem is I've been trying to harvest that obsidian like an idiot.
Okay, well.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. How's everyone doing as we descend to the bowels of hell? Girl, is this philosophy class? Because we're so deep right now. And my buckets are full. Yeah, no, when they come at you, it's pretty bad. The shit can get rough very fast. Shit, well, bye. Whee! Process, isn't it? Wow. Okay. Do you have empty buckets, or are they in a box over here? Okie dokie.
We're getting scorpions.
There's a water. And a potion. Good amount of money, at least. Ooh. Oh my goodness. What got you focused on desert anyway?
Fish is my favorite.
I don't know. You want about fish. Gotcha.
That's frog.
So you want to add pup fish to your frog bill. Going here? Gotcha. Well, if they had an item that made the animals twice as big, I'd replace it.
Don't speculate on things that will break my heart.
I would break your heart. You'd be so happy. Honey. This has to be. Okay. This is tedious. Tedious, but I do get good economy on it. Problem is I'm meek, so I'm not really very good at being careful. I keep forgetting what tiles I need to take and leave. Like up to 5 for 2 buckets, which is quite good. Like, fuck it up. Don't 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 fuck it up. I'm bad at sports. Alright. You fucked it up. 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 This one's for you, Dad. Thanks. I think tomorrow. I don't know. We're figuring some shit out over here. Ah, my face! I'm on fire! If only there were a huge pool of water right next to me that was accessible instead of buried under rock. Oh. Hi, done already?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm doing my best here. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's somewhat of a tedious process. Enjoying your Junimo, friend.
Yes, it's my favorite.
Yeah. I figured you'd like having both of your favorite games together, so.
No! Shut up.
Like, ooh, roast duck! Lava chicken! Here. I hope that's enough. Because I'm really tired of looking at it.
One more round.
Torment in agony! Give me a sec. Look at something else. So much lava, so much death. Nom flashbacks, I should get like some sort of weird nom flashback overlay. He wants to be my editor to make really stupid, dumb jokes. I know I could, but like.
We got an line. No, Abigail, no!
Yeah, you kind of got dismissed that. I didn't want that to happen. Did you place that duck? Did.
Yes.
He's just kind of hanging. Right. Have an ant. All right, look, infinite sand. Look at that. Ow, my face. Do it again.
Okay, almost killed him.
Trying to fill this hole. Or is this going to be an oasis?
I was gonna make an oasis, but this will do for now. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever.
And my method's not? Alright, I'm going.
It's so slow.
Poor baby. You think my stream thumbnail's just me going down this rope yet? This worm! Oh, I'm sad that ended when it did. I wanted that to keep going. Just wee! Like, hey, my homie, I was going to get a net and catch him. I was too slow. Oh, he came down, though. Hey, you've earned your position at my side. Mr. Worm. You are the coolest worm, doing your sick flips and stuff. I'm gonna collect this cobweb so I can eventually make us a nice bed. Yes, we still don't have a bed. You could argue we don't really need one, but it does pass time faster. So maybe we really do. Being juggled by all these things that want me dead because I'm not really trying. Do 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 do. I'm kind of sick of looking at you, you evil bitch. Look, a bat. Whee! So many bats. What if I just did this
My
instead?
bone sword almost killed the antlion.
Stuff happens. There will be more antlions. That's the beauty of it. I'm saying at some point you kind of get a perpetual sand machine. A little bit at a time, but it adds up. Don't mind bats. Bats are fine. Love slime. Okay. There we go. There's some extra lava for my lava hole. My new restaurant slash stripper boy joint. Shit! Really? I was actively trying to use my mirror. Oh, good. I thought I dropped the mirror in the process. Like, I'm going to kill everyone. That's it. The world is over, and you're all going to die. But no, it's fine. Hey, it's nighttime. Want to kill the eyeball? Cool. Murder the shit out of this eyeball. Hang on. Try to fix that real quick.
That duck is. I feel bad for that duck.
I'm working on it. See if I can do something a little more viable. Fucking platform. I just want to type the word platform. I'm good at life. I'm good at sex. You're bad at sex. I'm good at sex. You're bad at sex. I'm good at sex. You're bad at sex.
Did you do the eyeball?
Do I just not have stone platforms? These will all burn. Okay. I'm missing something. Whatever. Yes, do the eyeball. It's in the, I want to say the organics, but don't quote me on that. Okay, sorry, I was just trying to get that ready. I don't know how I thought it would at all.
What are the little ones called?
I don't know.
The little ones that keep spawn. Servants. Servants of Cthulhu.
He's doing 1 damage to me. Journey mode be like. You're right. This isn't journey mode. Wow. Yes, hold still for a second while I just pelt you with this. And as soon as I consistently get glass for bottles, you are so fucked. Come on up. There we go. I only had the 1, so if we want more, we gotta go make them. 6 lenses a pop. I'll save you, squirrel.
I fucked up.
What do you mean you fucked up?
I looted all instead of quick stacking.
Well, enjoy your new life. Squalala! Whee! Hey, you got a pretty good pile. Huh? Was the idea. Pun not intended, but appreciated. 5 sounds good.
Okay, that was...
Here we go again! Yeah! Not hitting him! Yes! Failure! 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 That's better. All I gotta do is, like, get in his path, and if I'm in his path and just spawn these, he walks into them, and that just beats the fuck out of him. I have to get in his path. Like, right here. This is perfect. This is great. Oh, I'm out of juice. Get boomeranged. Oh, that filled up really fast, actually. Just hover over me. Just hover over me, that's fine. Come on back. Want to eat me? Awesome. Hey, you got a trophy in there. I saw that. Do it again?
Okay.
Hello. Yes, look at me. Look at me while I do this. I switch to my boomerang, which will recover me very quickly for some reason. Physical damage helps. I don't know. I whip through walls. Ooh, 1. There it goes. Yeah, be on fire. Be on freaking fire. Freaking lava. There we go. Oh, he moved. Strong. One more time. Like, at least one of us has got to have that fucking armor. Yes, look upon my wife. She's gorgeous. You want to do it again? Yes! Look upon us both. Oh, hotties. Baby. Go. Would you still love me if I were a worm?
No.
Would you love me now? Give me a kiss.
No.
Give me a kiss. Maybe I need a kiss. I need it bad. My confidence is in the turret.
Where's your confidence?
Oh, I have an eyeball for a head, for starters.
You summoned him again?
Yeah, why not? I don't know if you've noticed, I like murder. Oh, his little dudes are what's healing my... Well, enjoy hell. Yes, look upon me. Cool. We got one more. Want to do it? Last one. Bam. Quest for the eyeball indeed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, he went to the dirt. Man.
You are nothing, eyeball man.
Yeah. Anything good? Oh. Lots of ore, though. Bars? How's our bars?
Not right now.
Woo woo. Hey, you. What can I do with Demonite to work? A Demonite brick or the deer thing? But we need flints. Good luck with flints right now.
You have 112.
Well, you can make...
cannot make the armor without the scales from the worm.
For real?
Yeah.
Well, that is poopy butts. All right. Okay.
I'm bringing our duck over.
Nice. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. I need this space for a minute. I'm still doing this for him. Now, if you want to start picking it while I pour it, I won't be mad.
Okay.
This is annoying. There you go. As long as you leave one in the middle, it goes way better for something. You get double the treats, so always leave one. So I'm saying, if you leave one, I get 2 per bucket.
Are you gonna let me pick it, or are you gonna do it?
Well, we were both picking it. Thought that way it's faster. I overdid it. Last 2. 1, 2. Alright. And 34. Oh, baby. Love you. And somehow I still... Oh, because it burned out from under you. Right. Not still. Whack. Lots of wood. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna do something with the wood. It's gonna be wooded. It's gonna make you woody. It's gonna wood. Also, boners. Da da. Okay. Yes. Yo, my name is Sarah, and I'm here to say I'm gonna talk to the guide like every day. Whoa. We could do that. We could do that. 16 wood. How come I'm not seeing it? Sawmill. Back. Gotcha. Now. Chain. Chain.
Get out of iron or...
I don't know how to make chain. I'm simply doing it. Yes. Did you see the description on Poo Boulder? I do what I want. Poo Boulder can be placed. I do what I want. You can make Skull Surge. I don't know what your whip's
I
at.
have that.
Okay. Make a demon bow.
No, I don't have a demon.
We'll make a Fisher of Souls.
You do that and make me a demon bow and wear a square.
Okay. Here's hoping the demon bow comes out good. It's a demon bow. Yay! Sawmill. I'm gonna know where to put my sawmill. My sawmill. Put right here. I'm gonna use my sawmill. Put my sawmill and make all kinds of cool things. Oh, you have no idea what I'm gonna make. But first, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna give this to my wife. She's gonna be so happy. We should look at her garden. I still haven't actually. Woo! There it is. Okay, we looked at the garden. Cool. I've actually gone right and looked at the garden. Fuck. Baby, I'm wielding a lethal weapon around. Oh, excuse me. Get on my way! Hello. Why is he spitting at me? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I was never good at dodgeball. Right. Wood. Here's the idea. I'll go right here with my wood. Let's see. I'm going to go. Yeah. In a couple. We're going to lament that this is the smallest building in the world. It's alright. The purpose is straightforward. Yeah. Okay.
Can you take those buckets that in our box and pour them in?
Sure. You're talking over here. There's a dang buzzard in my way. Get out of my way, bird. No one likes you. Bird's not in here. Good. I'll take my eye out with whatever weapon I want. I was thinking butternut. Maybe a spoon. We're gonna go up top, and we're gonna build another floor. Yeah, look at this. Ooh, I'm up to something. Excellent. That looks about even, yeah. And for the sake of argument, let's do one more. That's palm wood, you fool! If you mix the wood types, the house will age disproportionately. And what kind of finish will you even use? You baffling git. Okay. Go and make some lovely wood platforms. Lovely wood platforms. Isn't it lovely?
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? I never thought that I would be wonderful. Isn't she great?
I have no stone?
I have it.
Ooh,
What are you doing?
making a
What are
thing.
you building?
I'm making a thing.
What are you making?
A place.
For what?
For us.
For what?
For us.
What?
Whatever we want, girl. Forever and ever. Creaka, 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 creaka.
Just hanging out with the antlion and jumping every so often.
Yeah, how's it going? You named him yet?
His pink. Because he survived Abigail. And he survived my bone sword.
Bonesaw.
I'm literally killing slimes with a scythe because my bone sword shoots bones.
Yes.
And I don't want to kill him.
Yes. I can see the problem. Yeah, okay, that works for now. Let's do normal wood for the rest. Oh, my office wall! My beautiful, pristine office wall. No? Why would I do that? Does office wall? No. Mine was like beach corpo white. This is like nice, like lawyer office looking shit, man. Lawyer office. People with money. Money.
Is that all the water we have?
Yeah, at the moment. I've been
Doing a rain
using.
dance. Doing a rain dance.
200 doors.
Look at me on your map.
Hold on, I'm very busy. Map. Yep, that is a rain dance. Very dancy. In your pantsy. Now, what would you do if multiple antlions spawned? Understandable, have a nice day. Let's do like 4
I
now.
took the antlion out of his misery.
He has been bleeding out for a while. Oh well. Welcome to my orifice. Yes.
Where are the buckets?
You can take some of this even. I don't care. That is kind of our water supply for a reason.
I'm gonna put all the water in.
Baby, are you saying you brought it into this world and you can take it out?
Look that our ducks have like rain clouds. Don't let.
Yo, they can be all wet and stuff. Nice. Oh yeah, we wouldn't have any chandeliers because the world is empty. Oh!
Chandelier.
You make a lot of things. I'm just like, oh! Hi. You make a tungsten? I can make a gold. I like copper, though.
Here.
What? What's that?
Oh, bow.
Oh. Platinum bow, 13 ranged. My bow. That. Where's your bow? Keen silver bow. Significantly worse. Okay. Oh. Loom. Thank you. That right behind the wall. Fuck you. Eventually we'll have to make a proper crafting area. But for now, be a business. We have so much everything. Okay. Here we are in our fully grown crafting menu of the moment. What's up, Milo? Okay, bye. This I should be able to make lovely beds. Cactus bathtub?
I know.
I like the Easter sofa. That's cute. Oh, you right. Okay, hold on. Let me... Mushroom bed? No, thank you. Sounds fungal. I do like the ebon wood. That is a vibe. Rich mahogany feels fancy. What kind of bed screams baby girl?
I like the dynasty bed.
Well, I don't have dynasty wood, so... You've got bed, palm bed, rich bed, ebonwood bed, mushroom bed, cactus bed, pumpkin bed. I'm going to make 2 mahogany beds. I would like to make, if I can, that. Okay. Oh, right, and the whole reason I did this, the entire idea, I guess I should make a matching dresser. Alright, there's my mahogany wood put to good use. For proper furniture, I see you've placed your pup fish. Alright. For the record, what I am doing is this. Somewhere away from the NPCs where you and I can live our comfy little lives. And maybe even set up some sort of storage or armor for our gear and such.
I got the right hand side.
That's fine. I kind of planned on that. I have one other idea for this. Milo, I need to go get exactly enough mahogany to do this. Excuse me a moment. You, Chop Chop, my fairy friend. Do it. Girl. How much I need for a workbench, but you're going to help me get it. More than that. Just want a mahogany workbench, please. The bees! Fucker. Rich mahogany workbench. Perfect. Thank you. Here we're back. We're gonna go see our merchant friend over here. I'm gonna grab one of these. Excellent. Listen, you're not supposed to be in town. Get out of here. You fool. This. I can put you down right in the middle. Oh, it's off center. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna scream.
It's not off center.
Is off center.
It's not.
See?
It looks fine to me.
The workbench.
Oh.
I need a one tile something to put next to my workbench. Glass?
Give me it back.
Okay. Oh, you got a pet frog. Nice. Maybe it's fine. I thought we could move the equipment stuff over here and use the dressers for cosmetics so they're not, say, clogging up my piggy bank. Or we could have like a summons box or something. Is that making sense? Am I making sense?
Put a platform down.
Oh my god. Wait, look at this. Do you like our cozy window? Yep. That's a painting, for the record.
That's cool.
Yeah. Mind you, I don't think we can place anything over it, so it's not ideal, but it is fun. I do like it. Nailed it. Make a box for voices or something, like, you know what I'm saying?
Alright, we gotta go.
Okay. But yeah, that's my thinking. Time to wrap it. Alright. Thank you for joining us, everybody. It is time for her to go to bed. Like that. So I need to call it. Oh, we did good tonight, though, right? Oh, we got the eyeball. We got a hype train. We made this little house. She's working on a desert. We should probably look at her desert so far. We got the dryad. We've got a corruption going. Yeah, it's looking like a desert. It's looking good. Excuse me. Good start, baby girl. And our corruption is also coming right along. Though it's still not counting as a biome. It can spawn enemies, but it's not a biome yet. Mind you, it might be when we reset, because remember what the ice did. So who knows? Who knows? And the ice, meanwhile, hasn't done anything because I don't have anything to do to it. But it is here. Looking like a funky twig. So, there's our extremely pretty northern lights. Get out of my face, evil demon. I'm busy. No, they're leaving me. They're leaving me. They're... Agony! Okay. Well, I don't deserve that anyway, I guess. And I'm going to take my last, like, 5 wooden platforms and add them to my bridge to the end of the world. Is that exciting? I don't know. And we're going to turn her off. So, if you have any final words of wisdom, now's your time. Tell me your secrets. Or your fake lies. I don't know. I guess a fake lie would be a truth. Thinking about it. Details. Which is longer than I thought it was. Zooming out actually fills in your map more as you run. Really? I didn't know that. That's wild. Did you know that, baby? If you zoom out, you actually fill in more of your map as you run. Like you can look on mine, you can see the gap between where I was before and full zoom out now. Mind you, everything tiny and I'm squinting. I thought I'd be there like an hour ago. Holy crap. I didn't realize I built out this far. Have you been working on... No, this is on my map. This was me. Here's the clouds. And they're one slime. Okay. There we go. That was it. That's all I was doing. And I started a little place for us to do our thing. To make our house instead of NPC house. So, yeah, coming along. Hold on 1 second. I'm told to hold on 1 second. What's up? You right. You right. All right. We're going. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you next time. I'm probably doing commission work tomorrow. I have much of it to tend to. I also got Cult of the Lamb from Lizzie to try out, so that's on my short list. We'll see how that goes. One thing at a time. I'll see y'all whichever. Good night. Get some sleep. Have a good one. Moan into your pillow and call it mommy. I don't know. You do you. Bye.